age of heroes. Those who fight will be killed. Those who flee will be hunted. Those who surrender will be enslaved. Those who embrace us will be blessed. And you will hear of gods and angels who will share one skin with demons, of battle cries and fratricide. But this is not the end. It will be the triumph of the immortals. An age of heroes and living myth will dawn. With the global outbreak of an unknown disease that transforms people into superhuman mutants, civilization crumbles and plunges into the chaos of a global catastrophe. They see in the dark. Our blood is their seed. Their bite carries the disease. Their teeth are the dagger in the back of our dying civilization. It is the conquest of the night. Which side will you choose?
Nocturnal Conquest, overcoming the last man. We are the gods of the New World Order. We are the soldiers of the night. Nocturnal Conquest, legions are rising. Dark angels are descending, thirsty for liquid fire.
Prologue. Humanity had been warned. I want to see it, what these criminals had to say before their deaths. Show me the recordings. The stranger leans on his gleaming cane. He is not an old man, more like a predator, savoring a moment of relaxation after the hunt. Of course, sir, as you wish, the policeman replies nervously. The police have surrounded the building. The terrorist and his gang are facing a hopeless fight. His men fall under a hail of bullets. Flashbangs explode. The man's face is dirty. When his ammunition runs out, he smashes the barrel of his gun into a display case. Glass shatters. Chemical solutions spill over broken desks. A police drone flies through a shattered window, incapacitating the terrorist with electric shocks. His legs give out. The cable wrapped around his waist sends jolt after jolt through his muscles. He writhes in agony. His camera continues recording. Armored officers kick in the door and secure the floor. The lab echoes with the ragged breathing of a defeated man. His lips tremble, beyond his control. You're all complicit. The terrorist spits and whimpers, his legs twitching. The officers aim their weapons at him, shouting commands. They have orders to leave no survivors. You know exactly what they're researching in these labs. One day the world will see that we were right. But by then it'll be too late. They'll kill you all. What they're keeping here is pure evil. A gunshot. The recording ends. The stranger's face remains hidden beneath his hood. But then the policeman notices the rose pinned to the stranger's collar. The man lifts his glasses, and glowing red eyes mark the officer as prey. Make the recordings and the bodies disappear. The world has no place for this, he instructs. Of course, sir, the police chief stammers, his voice trembling. And if you want a place for yourself and your loved ones, keep doing as you're told. Everyone needs a guardian angel. Eventually, he vanishes into the shadows. When the officer dares to breathe again, he finds himself alone.
We are the gods now, the mutants in nature. Get to the prophet of God, cleansing the sick and sore. Nocturnal conquest, nocturnal conquest, nocturnal conquest. Let there be eternal night.
Chapter 1, from John's perspective. Memories. The rain pelts against the window of the black Ford, the last thing I have left after 20 hours on the road. Night has long fallen over Minnesota. The tires struggle over broken asphalt. No oncoming traffic. Not a single light from another town in sight for over an hour. I turn off the radio and regret it after a single breath. The voice of the news anchor and the sound of a few familiar oldies were the only things keeping me from myself, from the power of my own thoughts and the memories they bring. You know, a break might do us some good. I need some time for myself. And you do too, John, she said. I think of my girlfriend's words, and I can't shake the feeling that it was the last time I saw her. You know I'll always be here for you if you need me. Sarah. I see her standing in the doorway. I helped her carry her bags down the stairs. No kiss, no hug goodbye. I watched her climb into the cab that would take her to the airport, and I stood alone, left behind at the threshold of what used to be our shared home. Now it's a skeleton of our dreams, just a framework of unfulfilled longings. The house is sold. The car is packed with the most important things I have. No, that's a lie. The most important thing in my life lives across the ocean. My daughter, Anya, my sunshine from my first marriage, a wonderful girl. She lives and studies in Heidelberg, Germany. I'd planned to visit her for Christmas. I am not to blame for what happened. None of us were to blame for Tyler and Abby's deaths. It was a night like this one. It was fall. Rain poured down in buckets. The roads were slick. Everyone was drunk, except me, the one behind the wheel. But I could have avoided the driver who crashed into us. And again, I blame myself. No one coped with the loss of our friends. Least of all Sarah. Everything changed after that one night. Sarah said it was better for us to go our separate ways. For now. And I agreed. Deep down, I know that a break is just a polite way of breaking up. I let her go. If Sarah doesn't want this anymore, she should leave. I still love her, but I won't chase her. I need to find my happiness again, and I need to be a loving father for my daughter. I'll call her as soon as I reach my destination. Anya lives with her German mother, Vanessa. I met her on a business trip, and we fell in love. I spent many years living in Germany. We moved to Kansas as a family. Now, in this moment, all those memories come rushing back. How my German wife left me and returned to Germany with Anya. Sarah was always there for me during that separation. We met in a bar. I immediately fell for her sweet British accent, her blonde bob, and her smile that could melt ice. We became friends, and not long after, we became a couple. She's back in England now, Cambridge, back where her family home is. My lips tremble and my eyes grow wet, as if they want to join the rhythm of the rain. I've been driving through the night. At the edge of the pine forests, high above the treetops, the golden glow of the sun climbs over the horizon. For now, it's red, as if God had kissed the world with blood. The sun feels good. Somehow, I feel like this star might become my best friend in life. Suddenly, all my worries and fears seem washed away, and I look to the future with warmth. I'm not far from the Canadian border now. A small town should be just beyond the next few turns. Rust stains and moss cling to a sign by the roadside that reads Pinevale Springs. The GPS fails as I pass it, as if some dark forest spirit had flicked it off. As much as I love the woods, the longer I spend in them, the more uneasy I feel. All the stories that must have unfolded here. People who live here by choice must have something to hide. For better or worse, I've quit my job as a gatekeeper in Kansas City. I have enough money to take care of myself for the next few months. But I need to disconnect, to take a break from my old life, from all the stress and worries. For now, I just want to see an old friend, Jerry. I met him at the Country Stampede Festival. Since then, we've kept in touch regularly. Over the years, we've drifted apart a bit, but it hasn't hurt our friendship. He's letting me stay with him for as long as I need. Maybe he even has some work for me, The windshield wipers battle the rivulets of rain, just as the tires fight through the muddy ground. Through the mist, the silhouettes of locals come into view. I drive closer and lower the window. They avoid my gaze. One of them looks away immediately after our eyes meet. "Excuse me," I call out, leaning a little out of the window. "How much farther to Pinevale Springs? I'm not from around here, you know." The oldest of the two women looks at me. The first lines of age trace her face. She hums, giving me a calculating look. We see. "Are you from around here?" The group nods. Their clothes are soaked. White jackets and robes cling to them, heavy with rain. What are they doing so far out in the woods? They look like a role-playing group, or an occult sect. It's early in the morning. It's almost still night. What were they doing in the forest? "People don't usually come this way. Are you sure you want to join us?" one of the figures asks. Rain drips from his hood onto his face. He pulls it back, revealing a bald head greeting me in the bloody morning sun. "I'm visiting a friend." "What's his name?" asks another. What is this? It's none of their damn business who I'm meeting. But then again, I think to myself, screw it. Jerry. Jerry what? I roll my eyes and tap impatiently on the leather-covered steering wheel. Jerry Halsey. The five of them whisper among themselves. They should stop that. It's making me uneasy. Maybe they'll warm up if I, as a stranger, offer something in return. I still have space in my car, I say, and immediately regret my kindness. Am I crazy to let these 5 broken people ride with me? They might slit my throat while I'm driving. 3 men and 2 women. I point to the back seats. I can give you a ride. You won't have to walk in the rain. You're never supposed to take strangers in your car, especially not if they look like cultists and keep redirecting their eyes toward your car. But I guess I'm the stranger here, and the locals don't seem too fond of them. Still, I need help. If I take them with me, maybe they'll show me the way and be grateful. They all point in unison toward the road, making signs with their hands. Straight ahead. Left. Over a mountain. Straight ahead. Okay, I get it. No idea why they can't just communicate this verbally, but okay. I bite my lip and nod. Okay, fine. I sigh. Thanks, have a good day. I roll up the window and hit the gas. The Ford struggles over the muddy road. A glance in the rearview mirror. They stand there, rooted to the spot. Not a single one moves, staring after the car. Creepy bunch. Following their directions, I find myself soon enough in front of run-down cabins and trailers. They must have been standing there for years. With the window cracked slightly open, the smell of decaying wood and old paint wafts into my nose. Pinevale Springs, I read on a sign. So I've arrived. And I don't like it. The roads are terrible. The houses are falling apart. I see abandoned campsites, tin-roofed shacks and hunting lodges. Out of the corner of my eye, my tired eyes catch the curtains. They're being pulled open or shut. I'm being watched. But no one is on the streets. A knock. It almost scares me to death. Someone standing at the window. It keeps knocking sharply. I lower the window all the way. Rain splashes into the car, covering the man's face like a veil. With the uniform, hat, and badges, he looks like a cop or a ranger. It's too dark and too wet to make anything out clearly. "No cars allowed in the community, sir." His voice is cold, like a blade scraping over stone. "Why not?" "I'm not doing anything illegal, am I?" "Name, driver's license, and identification, please." "Okay." I shrug, making sure not to show my frustration. Always stay polite. The guy in front of me clearly isn't. Definitely a cop. "Here you go. I say, handing him everything. He glances at it without changing his expression. You're from Kansas, I see. Yeah, I'm visiting a friend, Jerry Halsey. He stares at me for a long time without saying anything. I look down at the steering wheel, then at the road in front of me. I can hear him breathing softly in the patter of the rain. Jerry Halsey is picking you up? I assume so. But I didn't know I was already here until just now, I say with a hesitant smile. He lives at the end of the street. He waves his hand through the air as though he's swinging a whip. Just keep going straight. But first, I have to do my job. He looks at my ID before handing it back along with the other documents. John Allen. He reads it out loud as if he's never said an English name before. I need to familiarize you with the rules of the community. Pinevale Springs is no place like any other. We prefer to keep to ourselves, and that better stay the same throughout my tenure. I nod, pretending to understand. Good. Tell me what I need to watch out for, officer. No cars allowed in the community. No photos or videos. You'd better ask twice before you do anything. Nothing is to be taken from the town. And the usual stuff. No murder, no harassment. Always be polite and respect others, property, and so on. The authoritative tone fades. Now he speaks to me like a streetwise teenager who doesn't take his own job as a lawman very seriously. The cop places both hands on the lowered window and stares at me. His eyes roll left and right as he scans my car. You don't look like someone who causes trouble, but you've got it. Park your car right here and now. A smug grin. His smile is bitter poison. I feel like I'm in a horror movie. But I don't think the people here are acting. I don't see any cameras or anything else that would suggest a film set. What kind of backwoods hellhole have I ended up in? Normally there's a good cop and a bad cop, but a creepy cop? That wasn't part of the deal. He's a cop. He must have a car too, right? I glance over the steering wheel and spot a bicycle leaned against a streetlight. Look at me, he demands coldly. I look at him again. His rigid mouth corners soften. He smiles at me again. Don't cause any trouble, okay? He taps the roof and walks away. I grab my phone and try to call Jerry. No signal. Why has the government sent so many satellites into space in recent years? In Kansas, I had a signal even in the middle of nowhere. Why does Jerry live in such a remote place? I get out. My boots sink into the mud. I almost slip. The eerie officer is gone. The bike is gone too. He said at the end of the street, I mutter to myself. I have to walk slowly and carefully to avoid slipping. I already have nothing but disdain for this place. Doors shut. Blinds rattle. No one here wants strangers. I'm just wearing a beige shirt and a gray parka. The rest of my stuff is still in the car. I should go back later and grab my bags before someone sets fire to my car. Not far from here, someone is chopping wood. In the rain. But he doesn't seem bothered by it. At the end of the street, I see a house that's in better shape than the others. A classic single-family house with ivy climbing along the walls. Rust stains mark the rain gutters. I stand by the fence and watch the man at work. Winter is coming. Here, at the Canadian border, it's your worst enemy. His brown beard frames his chin. He's wearing a plaid flannel shirt built like a bear. He swings the axe like it's an extension of his arm. A log lands at my feet. He notices me. John? Jerry. We smile. My old friend sets the axe next to the block and opens the gate for me. After all these years, we embrace. He almost crushes me with his bare strength. How's it going, buddy? It's been a long time. He laughs, clapping me on the shoulder. The trip was easy, except for the rain and the weird people. Are the folks around here always like that? There were these people in robes in the woods. Jerry waves it off. They're okay once you get to know them. Just don't pay them any mind. They'll warm up a bit later, and then you can talk to them. You told me about what happened with Sarah. Rough stuff. He gestures to the pile of firewood. Chopping wood keeps the bad spirits away. Ever since I've been living out here in nature, I've felt better. Sometimes I still miss my sunny Texas, but you get used to it. He looks at me for a long moment and places his hands on both of my shoulders. It's good to see you, and I'm glad you're here. Let's go inside. Thanks for letting me stay with you, Jerry. As long as you want, buddy. A flash of lightning lights up the gray scene. Jerry lifts his lips suspiciously, looking up at the gray sky. Thunder rumbles overhead. Get inside. I'll get us a fire going. Chapter 2, from Anya's perspective. Blood and Roses. I've been chatting with this girl for a month now. She told me her name is Nicole, but we mostly use our nicknames when we talk. It all started when I was messaged in the comments section on YouTube. A few weeks went by until Bloodthirsty added me as a friend on Discord. We exchanged numbers. I saw you like vampires, she said with a laughing smiley. Yeah, I think they're pretty cool. Have you read Twilight or Interview with the Vampire? What's your favorite movie? Nicole lives in Mannheim, just like her friend Teresa. So, only a stone's throw away from Heidelberg. The two girls have been wanting to meet me for a while, but I've never let myself be convinced. I'm not one to meet strangers that easily. Today is one of those days again. When I get home, the sun is setting. I try to bear the sight of my mother. She's fighting cancer, and the doctors aren't hopeful. It's eating her up. She stopped wearing a hat, and I see the toll the chemotherapy has taken on her. I don't want to think about it. If she leaves us, a world will collapse for me. I keep telling her to fight. Then she disappears onto the balcony with a cigarette in her mouth. My dad lives in the US. We keep in touch regularly, but digital hugs don't provide warmth. A normal evening after I've spent the day soaking in lectures on 19th century literature. I throw my bag next to the bed and jump into my pillow with my phone. My chat window blinks. Bloodthirsty is online. I lay my phone down and look at the ceiling, a lump in my throat. It's the stress and the constant fear. Fear that my mom might not be here tomorrow. Fear of not being enough. Fear of falling behind with my studies. Dad told me he broke up with his girlfriend, Sarah. The accident from back then, where two of their friends died, threw both of them off track, and the relationship suffered. I liked Sarah, but I only saw her a few times when I visited Dad in Kansas. A cheerful English girl from Cambridge. She's really cool and cute. No wonder Dad has fallen for her. He's always had a thing for blondes. I was happy for his luck, even if our family was falling apart. I just want both of them to be okay. Mom and Dad. He's probably with his buddy Jerry now, the one who moved to the border, almost living in Canada. I've forgotten the name of the village. Something with pine. Being half American is nice here. The soldiers have left their marks. In the American library, I'm a regular and always welcome. And every now and then, an old American soldier brings me a box of sweets from the US. My phone vibrates. I was just thinking about him. It's like we have some kind of mental connection. It's Dad. Hey, Dad. I meet Nicole at the pub. I'm wearing a red hoodie with my university logo and I have a rain jacket with me. It's pouring outside. She recognizes me right away. She has wavy black hair that curls at the ends in this weather. Green, clear eyes. She's even more beautiful in person than in her profile picture. Her skin is pale, but the purest I've ever seen. And yes, the gothic look. A midnight blue skirt with ivy vines. A black top over it. It's like she's planning to drag me to a nightclub after the pub. I'd stick out like a sparkler and definitely wouldn't fit in. 2 ciders are already waiting for us. We hug and clink our glasses. She asks me how my day was, and I give her the usual answer. The usual. Nicole laughs. She plays with the chain around her neck, which elegantly rests on her slender neck. A tree of life pendant. I think it's so amazing that we're finally meeting in real life, she says, looking at me dreamily, a little tired. She yawns and holds her hand shakily over her mouth, tossing a strand of black hair back. Sorry, I just woke up. I've been sleeping all day. Like a creature of the night. You're taking this game seriously, huh? I laugh. She bites her lower lip, grinning. Yeah, kind of. No, I just had a day off. I work shifts. I wave my hand dismissively. I'm a little shy, so don't be surprised if I'm quiet at first. I take a sip of my cider, feeling the fruity fizz. You go ahead, talk. I want to know everything, how you're doing, what you're up to, and what kind of role-play group this is. I'm doing okay. Lots to do as always. So? She folds her hands and moves her index fingers back and forth. This is how it goes. We meet up to 3 times a week. It's not mandatory to attend every meeting, but everyone should make time once a week. You get to know everyone, we drink together, listen to music, we play a kind of secret society game. Oh! She wiggles her hands. Like Illuminati on a vampire level, huh? Kind of, yeah. We pretend to be a secret order secretly ruling the city. Then we meet with other groups, complete quests, and earn points, like doing a blood delivery for a friendly house. It's really laid back and fun. I'm already tipsy. My cheeks feel warm. Do I have to show up in goth gear or something? I smile. Nicole answers with an ecstatic grin and waves her hand. No. You come however you feel best. We always accept people as they are, because only when someone feels completely comfortable can they reach their potential. Most of us girls wear dresses. The guys wear shirts or suits, elegant and festive, but relaxed and laid back works too. Just be yourself. You can come just as you are. Just like that. I tighten my hoodie. With this sweater and the jacket? Of course, why not? She clicks her tongue. Our glasses are empty. She gestures with her glass. Another round. It's on me, my dear. I think about it. Okay, one more, I sigh. Do they have any with pear flavor? I'll check. Nicole stands up and walks to the bar. I feel comfortable. No idea how she does it. Is it her relaxed vibe, or is it just the cider? I've never felt so at ease with someone I'm meeting for the first time in person. Nicole brings me a cider with pear flavor. Thanks, Nicole. No problem. When do you guys meet up? Actually, tonight, in 1 hour, you can still join us. I'm kind of nervous. You don't need to be. Everyone's really nice there. No psychos, we don't want them either. These subculture goth bloodsuckers can go screw themselves. You'll meet people who are into fantasy. Nerd might not be the right word, but just cool and creative people. They really want to meet you. You told them about me? I ask, surprised. I almost choke on the cider. Yeah, sure. I told them that you like vampires and live nearby. That's a little too much for me. How long have they been keeping an eye on me? Well, I went through a vampire phase when I was 14 to 17, but I'm 20 now. I still think they're cool, but they're just overdone now. Vampire books have turned into erotic novels with cheap flea market romance. Twilight and Interview with a Vampire were good books. Everything else is just a tired knockoff. That's my opinion. I take a sip. I know, Nicole snorts, her hand on her forehead. It's so annoying. As soon as normals discover something, it gets cringy. It's the same with all things. It happened with those creepypasta stories, too. As soon as normies find them, you can't even stand the crap anymore. But it's cool that we're finally meeting, Nicole. If I hadn't written those comments back then, you'd never have noticed me. She blows up her cheeks. Yeah, you're right about that. So let's toast to that. The glasses clink. I could drink this stuff like water. Now I'm finally warming up socially. I just saw that you liked vampires. What movies and shows you've watched. You were in Dance of the Vampires 3 years ago, my favorite musical. I even got an autograph from the Count and took a picture with him. Nicole's eyes light up when she talks about vampires. She and her friends really seem to have studied me. She even talks about YouTube comments I made 2 years ago. Nicole continues. And then I thought I'd message you, because I'm looking for like-minded people. Uh-huh, I laugh, raising both eyebrows. So you stalked me. Is that what you do with everyone you want to recruit for your group? Only if they seem cool. That's a little creepy. Nicole rests her head on her elbow. It's creepier if you're sitting at home with no friends and talking to the wallpaper. Anything that gets the job done is fair game. True. Here we are. The rain blurs the warm light from the street lamps like melting gold. I'm standing under Nicole's umbrella. We're in front of a historic building in Heidelberg's old town. From here, you can see the bridge and the castle. This old building looks like a little castle itself. There's light shining through the windows. I can see candles. Oh my God, what kind of world am I about to enter? Help. Nicole rings the doorbell. She smiles at me. Relax, take it easy. Okay, I whisper. I feel the cold creeping into the back of my neck. The door opens with a creak. A young man greets us. Nice face, brown, short-cropped hair. He's dressed casually in a t-shirt and jeans. He hugs Nicole and kisses her cheek. Look, Justin, I brought some fresh blood, she giggles, wrapping her arm around me. The young man looks at me with interest. I can see that. He extends his hand to me. My hand is still soaking wet, and now I feel embarrassed. I quickly rub it on my pants. Hi, Justin. Anya. Nice to meet you. He looks at both of us. We've got a fire going in the main hall. Warm up there. Raphael's already here. You can give me your jackets. We hand him our jackets. Nicole gives me a gentle nudge and nods toward Justin. You'll only find gentlemen here tonight. The douchebags aren't allowed in. We wipe the dirt off our shoes. Nicole folds up the umbrella and shakes off the remaining water. It's the pleasant smell of age. This building tells old stories and calls for new adventures to unfold within its walls. Golden candle holders with red candles provide light. A crystal chandelier hangs from the ceiling. A fire crackles softly in the fireplace in front of us. A leather seating area surrounds a stone table. My gaze lingers on the red carpets hanging on the walls, embroideries of roses and oriental patterns. I've stepped into another world. There are different rules here, I get the feeling. Someone rises from their chair. They're facing the flames in the fireplace. They're holding a glass in their left hand. Nicole pushes me toward the fireplace. The stranger nods a greeting to my new friend. He looks at me. His gaze pierces through me. My stomach flips. I feel as if I'm spellbound. Raphael Lacroix, you must be Anya, right? Welcome to Blood and Roses. A young man, mid-20s, well-groomed, good-looking, a strong jawline and clear, dark eyes. His brown hair is shaved short on the sides and gets longer on top. A shirt wraps around his athletic body in elegant black. We shake hands. He leans forward, gently strokes my ankle, and kisses my hand. I'm overtaken by a tingling sensation. Suddenly I feel both warm and cold, alternating. I stutter. My nervousness keeps my vocal cords locked. She's a little shy. It's no big deal. Can I get you something to drink, Anya? His words sound like a melody, warm and smooth, as if he were giving a voice to the glow of the fire. I already had 2 ciders, I murmur shyly. I hear footsteps creaking. I now see there's an upper floor, a gallery with a staircase made of dark wood. A girl in a blue dress stands on the lower step. Her hair is like spun gold. Nicole and Raphael smile. The girl walks toward me. Her eyes are sparkling. Hi, Anya. So cool that you're here. The girl with the blonde curls and ice blue eyes squeaks. You already know each other, Nicole says. I look at her. I have no clue. Hello? Little Nightshade 105? Oh, Teresa. Good morning, she sings and spreads her arms. I walk into her embrace. She hugs me tight. Didn't you have plans already? I ask, confused. Oh, it's all taken care of. It wasn't a big deal. Did you have fun? She looks at me and Nicole. We nod. Raphael, give us some of that good wine. Raphael gives a small bow. As you wish, my dear Blood Ivy. He offers us a seat by the fire and returns with a bottle of wine. Teresa brings crystal glasses. It's cozy here. Everyone fills their glasses with the deep ruby red wine. Raphael personally hands me my glass. We toast. The first sip brushes over my lips. The wine is sensational. This is the best wine I've ever had. So, what do you think of the wine, Anya? Raphael asks me. I suck on my lip, letting the aftertaste linger in my mouth. This is the best wine I've ever had. What kind is it? My family owns vineyards in the Palatinate, he says proudly. Forget everything you thought you knew about wine. The best wine comes from Germany, from Palatinate vineyards, especially when they're owned by a Lacroix. He pats his chest with pride. I'm still a bit tipsy from the cider, but this wine has a special effect. Suddenly, I feel so awake, gaining a mental clarity. I just want to sink into the couch and listen to the fire. It sounds so beautiful. No, they didn't put anything in it. They're all drinking the same. I would have noticed if they had. Who's the boss around here? I smile at the happy group. Laughter. Raphael sucks on his lower lip. That would be me. I lead this group. In our game, they all just call me the Dauphin. So, heir to the throne in French, I ask. Oui, mademoiselle. I am German, but my ancestors were refugees from France, Huguenots. I play a French nocturnal prince. And are you playing tonight? We're taking it easy tonight, answers the prince. Teresa crosses one leg over the other, balancing her wine glass on her knee. We play 3 times a week. Again tomorrow. But we also meet just to chat and have a drink. We're always looking for new faces who want to be part of the game. And you all have the time for this? We're all working or studying, but this is our hangout. After all, we're friends. Nicole snorts. We also go on trips. Last year we visited Bran Castle in Transylvania, or went together to the musical Dance of the Vampires. So, we do quite a few trips. Shuffling footsteps. I look up. Justin leans against the doorframe behind us, letting his arm dangle. And as soon as the curb gets raised outside, we do our usual evening ritual. Drinking virgin's blood and all that. It's just getting harder to find. That's the tragic part. Raphael raises his hand, suppressing a laugh. My dear Justin, don't disturb our guest. He's just kidding, Teresa whispers in my ear. Justin laughs and pushes off. He plops down next to us on the leather couch. He smiles at me, raising an eyebrow. Our glasses clink. To our lovely guest. Justin raises his voice. To Anya. They all hum in turn. Thank you. I fold my hands in my lap. Justin continues. Today, it's just the 4 of us. But usually, you can expect about 10 people. But they're all really nice. They're all unique, but no one is creepy. They're all chill and cool. Raphael, Nicole, Teresa, and Justin. I need to remember those names. And how long have you been doing your Blood and Roses game? Ugh. Raphael rolls his eyes. Let me think. About 5 years. Other groups have only been around for 6 months. Justin blows air through his cheeks. That's rough, man. We should probably get a lineup soon. Watch out. The more people there are, the quicker the existence of Nightwalkers gets noticed. I tease the group, pointing a finger. Anya's absolutely right, Raphael says, pointing at me. The masquerade must be protected at all costs. Justin clicks his tongue and sets his empty wine glass down. I know a thing or two about secret societies, and my great-grandfather wanted to become a Freemason. They kicked him out, though. 2 black balls, and he was gone. Then he became a regular guest at the Sippungens of the Schlaraffen Order and later even a member. Didn't those old guys worship the owl and pretend to be knights? Raphael asks. Oh, nobody knows them. Nicole sings from the armchair, both feet propped up. Exactly. But my great-grandfather helped us acquire this property. It temporarily served as a rake for the Schlaraffens. We finance it through donations, Justin says. Teresa chimes in. And the city supports our project. Young creative people, you know. Art funding and all that jazz. Come by tomorrow. Raphael stops, a finger to his lips. Wait. We won't be here tomorrow. We're invited to Luna. Luna? I raise an eyebrow. Nicole puts her arm around my shoulder and tugs at my hair. Luna's lair. We meet with other players there. We dance and sing. Sometimes we do karaoke and movie nights. It's our own nightclub. Nobody gets in except us. Your own nightclub? Come on. No, really? Teresa squeals. Her golden curls shake. Raphael, who I guess I should call Dauphin from tomorrow on, clears his throat. Nicole can pick you up at the station tomorrow. It's best to come an hour early. I don't like it myself when you show up somewhere and get immediately overwhelmed by what feels like 1,000 people. The room fills up slowly, and you'll have time to acclimate socially. Spoken like an introvert. Raphael folds his hands and leans forward. He gives me a reassuring smile that could melt the ice. I notice his cheekbones. His hair shimmers in the firelight. Hard to believe such a good-looking guy admits he doesn't like crowded spaces. I thought they were all super extroverted. I'll think about it. Nope, says Nicole. Tell me now, or by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. I don't want to stand at the station for nothing. I sigh. My smile is contagious, and the others smile back. Okay, I'll come. What should I bring? Teresa raises her hand in front of my face. She wants me to slap it. Okay? Clap. Yes, she hisses. Good mood, something nice to wear. Your entry is free. Raphael leans back. Thunder rumbles. But no rain tapping against the windows. I think it's time for me to leave. I'm really tired. But I can't shake the feeling that something was off with the wine. I feel light yet somehow pinned down. A very strange sensation. It was really nice meeting you all. I'll see you tomorrow. Justin gives me a relaxed wave. Teresa hugs me and Nicole. Raphael takes my hand. A serious look to Nicole. You'll look after her and get her home safely? Of course, Raphael. Good, he grumbles thoughtfully. He nods at me as a farewell. There are some strange guys on the streets these days, a problem of modern times. Let's go, sweetie, says Nicole, gently pushing me toward the door. The jacket is grossly soaked. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Raphael. He bows. You're always welcome, Anya. Good night. He sits back down with the other two. I give Nicole my address, and she accompanies me home. Chapter 3. From Sarah's Perspective. The Philanthropist. Even before I made the decision to turn my back on my life in the States and the man with whom I had planned to spend it, I received an invitation from my dear Judith, a friend of the family. Well, technically, she used to be my nanny, but she was more than that to me. I've always seen her as a friend and a substitute for an older sister. There are moments in life when you question everything. Was it the right decision to draw a line and end a relationship that was doomed to fail? I had imagined my life differently. By my mid-30s, I wanted to have achieved a lot. A return to my hometown and back into my parents' house was not on my list. Judith wants to invite me to an event. She's come all the way from Norwich today to go with me to the charity meeting. She raves about this group, which, according to her, is made up of the greatest minds in Britain, including members of the royal family. To be honest, it gives me the vibe of a cult, the way she goes on about this organization, hoping it will cure all of her ailments. I won't be entering into any agreement, no matter where the evening leads. I read Judith's message again. You'll love it, Sarah. We're always looking for new members, and I think you'd fit in so well. Our society supports the research of groundbreaking medicine. You won't just believe in miracles, you will see them. Sir Marlowe wants to meet you. I've told him so much about you. Please call me when you're in England, okay? I let myself be persuaded because any distraction will do, and I want to see the second most important woman in my life again. When I arrive at London Heathrow Airport, my beloved England greets me with its usual wet and foggy weather, and a warm Cornish pasty in my hand. I've missed that. Finally, the lump in my chest dissolves. It must be the English air. As I sit on the bus to Cambridge, I pull out my phone. Raindrops gather on my fringe and fall onto the smartphone. I'm seriously considering texting John, telling him that I've arrived safely and he needn't worry. Since the accident, he's been like a different person. You look for blame in the other person, but also in yourself. And that breaks you. I don't want to think about it anymore. Maybe I was the one who changed, not him. He said he still loved me as much as he did on the first day. But I can't believe that anymore. One last glance at my phone. I just turn it off. I need some distance. The mood is tense. Every breath and every scrape of a fork on porcelain is driving me mad. My parents have taken me in and are letting me stay with them. Eat something, darling, my mother says. They had me late. She was 40 and he was 50. Now they are old. But something is different. They're fitter than before. My father had Parkinson's. I don't see any shaking. My mother clears the table like she did when I was a child. They are sad that I ended things with John and that I'm back here. I don't know if I can fulfill their wish to become grandparents. Actually, John and I are on a break. But maybe I should first clear my head and find myself again. My parents are pushing for my uncle to find me a job. Something in office work or the like. John had to work 12-hour shifts as a doorman. I managed with a part-time job in a hotel. I'll never return to that industry. It feels like a dream. The food on my plate seems like an insurmountable obstacle. No hunger, no thirst, just emptiness. It presses on my chest. Then I remember I need to contact Judith. A shadow hangs over my parents' house. Nothing is as it once was. I run my fingers along the walls and feel the wallpaper. It still feels exactly the same as it did 20 years ago. My childhood room has become a gym. At least it's something useful. Still, I'm curious where my parents' health comes from. Could it be connected to Judith and her charity group? I sit down on the bed. The daughter is now using the guest room, which was meant for family and friends. Now, almost everyone is dead or has moved far away. No matter what health my parents enjoy in their old age, something's off here. And I need to get out. It's an echo from the old days. And I feel like a failed woman. I dial Judith's number. The park is quiet. The destination lies ahead of me. The building looks unimpressive. Somehow cold. Just cold. I'm on time. Judith is taking her time. I look around. Cardboard cutouts and flags. It looks like a cult pretending to be a scientific society. The charitable conclave of Marlowe. Shiny, state-of-the-art electric cars are parked in front of me. Even limousines. The people here have money. I'm not sure if this is the right place for me, but I'll do it for Judith. I spot the exuberant, cheerful woman from a distance. Her hair is now gray. She wears it loose and wavy, a brown trench coat and a checkered scarf. She's always loved dressing extravagantly. Judith even wears the same perfume she wore back then. She smells like childhood, like the big sister I never had. We hug, and she kisses me on both cheeks. Sarah, darling, it's been so long since we last saw each other. I'm so happy to see you again. As much as I'd love to pop a bottle of champagne with you, we'll have to hurry. I'll do it for you, Judith. You've told me a lot about this charity, but for now, I don't want to sign anything I might regret later. I give her the sweetest smile I can muster. Judith responds with a grin. You won't have to pay anything. I've already sorted everything for us. Actually, our society is already complete, but the chairman has allowed close friends and family to be invited, and I'm almost like your big sister. And my best friend. You were always there for me when you were my nanny, I say, feeling my cheeks flush. I'm so happy to see Judith again, but something about this situation doesn't sit right with me. She seems, despite her affectionate nature, a little too persuasive. You'll love it, darling. Now come on so we can get a seat. We'll sit right at the front with the creme de la creme. She takes my hand, and I roll my eyes with a chuckle. A grown woman, acting energetically like an excitable schoolgirl before a Coldplay concert. Ah, those were the days. We all got older, and life grew duller. People have somehow become nastier. It feels like, as a person, you no longer belong anywhere, no matter the country. Judith pulls me into the building and we walk through a spacious staircase. When she finally lets go of my hand, we stand before a door. A door is an understatement. It's more like a gate. It's massive, framed with unknown runes and murals. It looks like the gateway to a realm of gods. The interior walls of the building are made of slate, adorned with strange images. They are masterfully painted, but the symbols on them frighten me. Chalices from which blood flows. Angels with burning swords and glowing eyes. Blood sticks to their feathers and mouths. They hover above the ground, raising the dead. I lose myself in the spell of the images, and a shiver runs down my spine. Now you've got goosebumps, haven't you? She whispers in my ear. I feel cold, as though a ghost has passed right through me. Did it just get darker? It's as if a shadow has clung to the ceiling. Yes. How did you know? I whisper back. The symbols scare me. What has Judith gotten me into? I always get goosebumps when I look at these pictures and go into the silence. Sometimes I come here at night to absorb this art in peace. At night? Is she insane? I'm already scared stiff. These are demonic faces, images of the walking dead and bloody angels. I wouldn't step foot in this hall at night for all the money in the world. I'm scared, Judith. Can we go in now? Now you're the one in a hurry, she says, biting her tongue. She grins at me. There are only two reasons for goosebumps. Either you're cold, or something in your consciousness has been stirred. What do you mean? Judith crosses her arms over her stomach and lets out a sigh. She stares at the picture with the creepy angels and the blood chalice. There are writings about philosophy and the occult. I've read some of them. Some are so boring you fall asleep while reading them. Others are quite interesting. There are passages you don't understand, but you still get goosebumps. So, some part deep within your subconscious understood it after all. The human mind is a marvel of creation, dear Sarah. I swallow. The way she talks, she really believes this stuff. I don't know what to say. None of this has anything to do with a charity event. Was it about health, modern medicine, and vaccines for the third world, fighting world hunger, and so on? This looks more like Satan worship to me. I grab my former nanny by the sleeve and tug it gently. Listen, Judith. I'll have a look, all right? Let's go to the event. But somehow this still doesn't sit right with me. Pfft, she scoffs dismissively. What doesn't sit right with you? You'll love it. Trust your old nanny. I do trust you. But it still feels like a cult to me. No offense. You haven't even seen it yet. Sir Marlowe wants to meet you. He takes the time for all newcomers. He's a good man. Charming, intelligent, highly educated, and wealthy. I can't help but smile. Sir? So we're dealing with a genuine royal here? He's noble. He uses his heritage and wealth for good to help people. He's a philanthropist and an investor. He's financed and helped build his own cosmetics lines and facilities for researching revolutionary medicine. Sir Marlowe is a great man. The pharmaceutical industry and conventional medicine have demonized him for years, but slowly they're starting to listen to him. What a success. And you meet once a week? Yes, like today. Though today is especially for newcomers and other guests, Judith replies. Suddenly, my throat tightens. I can barely breathe. Are women of low birth even welcome? I don't think I fit in with high society. Nonsense. Am I a celebrity? Anyone can become a member. Sir Marlowe says money is just a number, that it doesn't actually exist. Crazy, right? What exists is willpower, and that counts. With us, only your performance matters, but we've already got plenty of celebrities among us. The room before us fills up. Judith and I pass through the gate. Shortly after, it's closed, and I feel left alone in the lion's den. Almost everyone here is wearing suits and ties. The women have dressed up in fine dresses or white blouses and elegant boots. Everyone looks like a model. I don't belong here. The first people are already staring at me, as if I were a little colorful freshwater fish that has wandered into the big tank of sharks. We sit at the front in a separate seating area. Judith greets the people she knows. A shower of hugs and kisses lands on her. This is my good friend Sarah Carpenter. Judith introduces me to the distinguished men and women. A mountain of a man rises from his creaking chair. He has black hair and icy blue eyes. He looks almost as mystical and threatening as those creepy angels, as if he were one of them, wiping the blood off and throwing on a smart suit. He removes his leather glove and extends his paw to me. My fingers seem like pale twigs in his hand. He kisses my hand. I'm pleased to meet you, Sarah. Lachlan Fraser. I'm the vice president of the club. I smile shyly. I can hear that he's from Scotland. His hand is so cold. I feel like my blood is pulsing faster beneath his touch. A lady in a white suit dress greets me. Her face is pale, and her bright red lipstick smells like cherries. She has wavy blonde hair, which she hides under a white feathered hat. This is Lady Serafina Beaumont. She's one of the wealthiest sponsors of our club. Very pleased, she says in an overly sweet voice. She even does a little curtsy. To me? But I'm nothing like her, am I? The people here are rich. I can tell by their clothes and how they carry themselves. So carefree and superior, as if they'll never die. But they're all nice. I still feel like I'm in the wrong movie, but slowly, I'm starting to like the role I seem to be playing in it. The room darkens. Spotlights illuminate the podium like a pillar made of gold and diamonds. The background is in washed-out burgundy tones, like dried blood on the walls. Golden chandeliers cast a warm light. Still, the faces of the attendees vanish under a shadow. For a moment, I can only make out the eyes, like cats in the night. A tall man steps onto the stage and stands at the podium. Amid applause, Judith whispers to me that this is Sir Duncan Marlowe. I just nod and clap along. Hundreds of people are gathered here, but Marlowe's gaze wanders straight to me. He seems to notice the new faces right away, even in the sea of shadowy figures. I have the feeling we'll have an engaging conversation after this event. His hair is black, and high cheekbones define his face. Despite the elegantly tailored suit, I can tell he has an athletic build, a really attractive man. I can't help but think of John. Somehow, I feel guilty. I don't know if I still love him or if I should go back to him. It just didn't feel right anymore. Now, I'm starting to notice other men. It's all good. We agreed as adults to go our separate ways. That doesn't mean there'll never be contact between John and me again. But for now, no relationship. We both need our space. Sir Duncan Marlowe begins his speech, accompanied by a fanfare that reminds me of an old opera. What was the name of that German composer again? Ah, yes, Richard Wagner. It sounds like the beginning of one of his pieces. Marlowe raises his hand. The instruments and the last murmurs in the room fall silent. Esteemed members of our fellowship, valued guests and adepts, he begins. His voice settles over the cold shadow of the room like a warm embrace. It's deep and mature, yet as lively as the fire of youth. Adepts? What does he mean by that? No matter how charismatic and attractive he might seem to the audience, to me, he still has the aura of a cult leader, and I'm already under his spell. This will likely be the last time we meet here as a full assembly. For this year, that is. It's my pleasure to welcome you all. After my speech, I shall invite our investors and sponsors to the stage. They have prepared their own contributions, which they are eager to share with you. This past year has been marked by a surge of success that continues unabated. The development of the new vaccine and other medicines will benefit humanity. The government of the United Kingdom has agreed to partake in our research. Buckingham Palace has pledged us its support. He is interrupted by a wave of applause. Marlowe thanks the audience and raises his hand, asking to continue. A projector casts an impressive light show onto the wall. Video sequences of laboratories and people are displayed. Vaccinations are administered, and once sick individuals talk about their recovery. People bound to wheelchairs are shown walking again. The blind can see, the deaf can hear, even those born with such conditions. Marlowe extols how his organization is leading the way in curing cancer and dementia. This new vaccine he speaks of sounds like a miracle cure. But to me, it seems like a cult disguised in the robes of science. It's absurd. A single vaccine can't possibly cure all the diseases in the world, let alone congenital disabilities, or combat world hunger. Doctors and scientists can't manage it, but Marlowe and his organization can. Where's the catch? Judith notices my unease. Her hand on my knee restores my composure. Marlowe talks about how the new vaccine has been patented and will soon be available throughout the UK. He even goes so far as to say it will be offered free of charge. The only condition is to join his organization. I knew it. A cult. And a disgusting one at that. Mothers bring their terminally ill parents and disabled children to Marlowe, believing that only he can heal them. It's a perverse way of luring members into a contract with this organization under false promises. I don't like this. I'll let the evening pass and keep my distance from Judith for the next few weeks. If she asks me about it, I'll tell her what I think. I want nothing to do with groups like this, especially those that toy with false health promises. Marlowe continues speaking. That's just how it is, dear friends. We want to help humanity and make this earth a better place for everyone. A world without disease and without hunger. But, as always, we first have to convince the old nags in parliaments and offices. Only when the king enjoys his soup might it be served to the people. Laughter ripples through the hall. Duncan Marlowe smiles as he flips the pages on the lectern. But no matter what drivel he spouts, something about this man is captivating. He exudes an energy that's not of this world. I could swear I see him glancing in my direction now and then. When he smiles, he looks like a young wolf. I can't decide what to make of him. I can't think straight anymore. Lachlan Fraser and Lady Seraphina Beaumont linger like phantoms in the background. They clap, but silently. Their faces are frozen, as if they know Duncan Marlowe has given this speech hundreds of times before. Sponsors and other speakers take the stage. 2 celebrities are introduced as guests of honor. 2 English actors. Even a member of the British royal family sits among the crowd, playing the humble, down-to-earth gentleman when the spotlight briefly lands on his seat. After an hour, the presentation ends. The entire hall rises to thunderous applause. Duncan Marlowe basks in the downpour of praise and recognition. He bows repeatedly with his sponsors. I feel as if I'm glued to my chair. Judith takes my hand and compels me to stand and join the applause. I clap. Once. Twice. Slower each time. Then I sit back down. I find the situation more suspect than ever. Chapter 4. From John's perspective. Old days. He hasn't changed much over the years. Only now, he looks more like a lumberjack than a cowboy. At 50, he's still a bachelor. His flings last as long as his supply of whiskey and beer. He always needs a fresh stash. He's not an easy person to deal with, but he's the best person I know. The cabin smells like pine resin. A wall lamp flickers. Skulls and antlers are mounted as hunting trophies above the fireplace. One head immediately catches my eye. Did Jerry sharpen the teeth? That's not what a regular deer head looks like. If he tells me he shot the animal in that state, I'm getting in my car and driving back to Kansas. Cult weirdos, creepy cops, and predator deer in a dark forest. It wouldn't surprise me if this town was built on an old Native American burial ground or something. That's the head of a Wendigo. Shot it 2 years ago. It just attacked my Dixie Hunter back then. Dixie Hunter? I raise an eyebrow. Your dog, right? A thump. There's a rumbling above us. The clatter of claws on wooden floors. Excited panting, and then the cold nose of a dog presses against my ear. I stroke her fur and scratch her neck. She puts her paws over my shoulder. Easy there, Dixie Hunter. That's John. He laughs and looks at me. She's happy to see you. It has been a while. I laugh. Hey, girl. I remember this sweet Labrador retriever from 5 years ago, when I visited Jerry in his home state of Texas. She's not a young pup anymore, but she's just as cuddly as back then. Jerry takes the dog and sets her on the floor. He pushes aside a tattered curtain and disappears into another room. I hear a refrigerator door open. He comes back with a 6-pack of beer. There's a lot of crazy shit in this world we don't even know about yet. He runs his hand over the deer antlers and skull. And Wendigos aren't part of it, just a deer. I sharpen the teeth to mess with visitors. He sits down with a groan, setting the beer at his feet. If you ever get visitors. I glance around the cabin. My eyes wander to the ceiling. That's the beauty, man. It's quiet up here. But I'm happy. I'm good. So why did you come here in the first place? Long story or short? Okay, short. I quit the rodeo and took up chopping wood instead. I enjoy the peace, and I found my way to faith. You're scaring me, man. I laugh. I know, folks around here are a little different, but you'll get to know them better over the next few days. I can take you along. We've got a church service tomorrow night. You believe in God, don't you? Talking about religion without even wetting our lips with beer first? Something's off here. I purse my lips, thinking it over. I guess I believe there's something out there, a higher power maybe. But whether you'd call it God, I don't know. Why do you ask? Just wondering. I want you to feel comfortable. Don't be surprised. Our community's customs are a little different from other towns in the U.S. How many people live here? A hiss. Jerry cracks open a cold beer. Only when the foam tickles his beard does he ask if I want one. He tosses me a can. The ice-cold brew lands right in my lap. 500 souls. It's great here. Even if the winters are brutal, we get by. I want to invite you to the service. Father Mackenzie leads the Mass. I take a sip, and it feels amazing. It's been months since I last had a cold beer. There were people on the road. Hooded, cloaked people. I mimic pulling an invisible hood over my head. They were all covered up. Jerry waves it off. They don't bother anyone. Just ignore them, and they're harmless. Not everyone's like that. If you say so. We talk about old times, stories from the South. Eventually, we end up on the subject of relationships. We chat about Sarah and Jerry's fondness for professional sex workers. He always pretended he was shooting porn with the girls, since prostitution is technically illegal. One of the cameras didn't even have a card in it. But you've got to be prepared in case the cops show up, Jerry says proudly. They've got nothing better to do than stalk a Texas cowboy on his next hookup. We laugh. I steer the conversation elsewhere. First, I want to settle in here and get a feel for Pinevale Springs. I might stay for half a year. Jerry's got room and plenty of work to do. I'll help him out. Silence settles between us. Jerry stares at me for a long moment. His gaze searches my eyes, probing the sea of my thoughts. What's he looking for? Do you know why America rose to the top of the world in just a few hundred years? Why it's the greatest country in the world, or was, John? Because of our pursuit of freedom? Jerry snaps his fingers and points at me. Bingo. It was the land of endless possibilities. Europe was drowning in absolutism and religious conflict. Here, there was new land, new opportunities, but also new dangers. I swallow the cold beer. Jerry had left it in the freezer too long. Ice crystals melt on my tongue. I get it, I say with a nod. Native Americans and all. Not even them, Jerry laughs and grabs his second beer. The Indians weren't even the real problem. Then what? Parasites, Johnny. Parasites. I drink quietly. Jerry's different from the other times I've met him. He loves to talk about society and politics, especially after his first beer. He's a staunch Republican, but I remember him being warmer, funnier. Something's off about him. This place feels more unsettling by the minute. I shiver at the thought of driving into this deserted town. Those hooded figures were strange. I'm starting to worry I've stumbled into a cult's hideout. Tomorrow, I'll find my tires slashed, and I'll be ritually sacrificed. But I trust Jerry. We're old friends. He's different, but he's still Jerry. I trust him. He's the weirdest guy I know, and weird guys usually listen better. I tilt my head, drape my arm over the chair, and swirl the last bit of beer around the can. What do you mean by parasites? Where there's fertile land and ideas, freedom and new possibilities, that's where parasites thrive. America is a breeding ground for parasites. Maybe we were the greatest country in the world once. But as soon as we became a nation, we became servants to the parasites, prisoners of the leeches, the ones who feast on our blood. Capitalism, the bankers, the financial elite. We all know who's behind it, John. Is America still the greatest country in the world, or are we just the errand boys, puppets of demons? Jerry leans back in his chair, pointing at himself with both thumbs. He almost spills his beer in frustration. Don't give me that. You haven't turned into a Nazi or a communist, have you? Those guys in white hoods aren't KKK, are they? Bullshit, Jerry grunts. Puppets of demons. Now that's starting to sound a little too religious. Jerry told me not to worry about the hooded figures and just ignore them. Sorry, but it's hard to ignore someone who isn't ignoring me. They stared at me in this creepy way, like they had sinister thoughts on their minds. Jerry's expression darkens. The beer can crunches in his scarred lumberjack hand. Come on, he mutters, shaking his head. This isn't about politics. It's about so much more. It's about the future of the planet. The system is crumbling. The constitutions are long outdated. Our world needs a global reset. I don't know what to say to that. Nothing comes to mind. This community seems like one giant cult. And they've really done a number on Jerry. What have they done to my friend? Here, I hear Jerry say, as a piece of paper flutters onto my lap. There's a service tomorrow. We're training the spiritual elite for the new kingdom of God. The future leaders of the world. You should come. I'll be there too. Oh shit. I roll the paper between my fingers, trying not to show my hesitation. I don't want to upset Jerry. Religious fanatics can be unpredictable. I don't know, I sigh. Just give it a chance. Once you've been there, the others won't seem so strange to you anymore. They're good people. We're really a great community. I think it over. There's a tense undercurrent between Jerry and me. He's smiling, but I can feel the pressure building behind it. All right, I'll think about it. Excellent, John. We'll go together. I'll introduce you to everyone. Father Mackenzie always takes time for newcomers. Maybe we'll even have dinner at his place. The rest of the evening is spent by the fire, reminiscing about the good old days. I tell him only bits and pieces about Sarah and my daughter. Oh, right. Anya. I forgot to check in with her. It's noon in Germany now. I have my laptop with me. When I ask Jerry for the Wi-Fi password, he just shakes his head. Perfect. I'll have to use my phone. Hopefully, there's enough signal out here. Jerry shows me the room. He and his dog are staying on the pull-out couch in the living room. He set up a cot for me. It squeaks when I sit on the old mattress. It smells like cardboard and varnish. I dial Anya's number. My heart warms as I hear her gentle breathing on the other end. She's 20 now. Her birthday was last week. Hey, Dad. Hey, sweetheart. I know I should have called sooner. I'm sorry. How are you? How's school? Anya sighs. She's annoyed, and rightfully so. We haven't spoken in a while. That's on me. I've been too caught up in my own problems. I promise myself I'll do better. It's fine. I'm managing. Mom's not doing well. I sigh heavily. I did love Vanessa once. Anya is our child, and I want her to be okay. Damn cancer. Pancreatic. How's the chemo going? I ask, standing up. My legs are restless. I don't want to sit. I position myself by the window. She's alive, but it's not getting better. The doctors said not to get my hopes up, but they're trying everything to save her. I don't know what else to do, Dad. Her voice cracks, and it's all I can do to hold myself together. I don't want her to cry again. I wish I could take her pain away, but I can't. We usually speak in German, but I'm out of practice and struggling for words. We switched to English. I believe in you, and in your mom. You both have to fight, okay? That's all we can do. I'll come visit as soon as I can. I'm staying with Jerry right now. You remember him, don't you? The crazy Texan? I hear her smirk through the phone. Her laugh is contagious. That's the one. I'm with him for now. I need some time to clear my head. How long I'll stay? I don't know, but I'll book a flight soon. Maybe we can see each other next month, okay? Then we'll celebrate your birthday properly. She purrs contentedly. I glance out the window. Anya asks me something, but I'm distracted. Someone's watching me. In the window across from mine, a shadow stands behind a curtain. The faint outline of human shapes in the darkness is ghostly. Sarah's name jolts me back to the moment. I shut the window and draw the curtains. A shiver runs down my spine. You broke up with Sarah? We agreed to take a break. Oh, Dad. Anya sighs, her voice heavy with concern. Taking a break is just breaking up for cowards. Maybe you're right. You were quiet just now. Are you okay, Dad? I try to shake off the goosebumps. The people here are weird, I whisper into the phone, clutching it tightly against my ear. Cold sweat clings to me. Something's not right. Jerry's different too. I think this whole place is some kind of cult. Like Scientology or the Mormons? Or what exactly should I imagine? No, something completely different, I hiss. At least Scientologists have the internet. These people are seriously creepy. And from what I can tell, I lift my head to double check that the curtains are properly closed. They don't even want new members. It's like this tight-knit clan. But tomorrow there's a church service. I'm supposed to check it out. I'm not sure I want to stay here much longer. They're probably fine. Sometimes the strangest people have the kindest hearts. You can give it a chance, it can't hurt. Maybe they'll see the good in you too. Just don't let them talk you into anything you don't want. I really don't want you stepping off the plane trying to convert Mom and me. Anya laughs, but there's a hint of concern in her voice. I have to go now. We'll talk tomorrow. Call me in the evening when it's 1 o'clock your time. 8 o'clock at night, my time. Okay, I mumble, sitting back down on the bed. I love you. I'll always be here for you. From now on, everything's going to be fine. We'll see each other soon. I love you too, Anya hums. Take care, Dad. You too, sweetheart. Chapter 5. From Anya's perspective. Temptation. What's going on? I have to laugh. I trust Nicole and Teresa completely. Literally. They've blindfolded me. But I'm not scared. The car engine hums reassuringly. The road is bumpy. I have no idea where we're going. You're going to love it, Teresa sings, and I can hear her bouncing in the passenger seat. Nicole is driving. I picked a simple green dress, the one I still have from my high school graduation. Pretty neutral, but fitting for any occasion. We head down some stairs. By the time they take off the blindfold, we're standing in front of a door. It's lit in a deep blood-red glow. We step inside, and a tall man sizes us up. His cold demeanor cracks, and he smirks. The ladies of blood and roses. Come in, you noble Valkyries of the night. Your flattery was better once, Jan, but I'll take it. Nicole plays the diva and grabs me. This one's with us. I didn't say otherwise. Please go right in. Cool neon lights, dark bass lines, shimmering LEDs embedded in the tables. The bar is massive. Brick pillars and partitions divide the space. The club is gorgeous. In one corner, I spot Raphael. One leg stretched out, a drink in hand. He hasn't noticed me yet. I want to go say hi, but Nicole holds me back. Teresa walks up to the game master and gives him a hug. Raphael notices us and waves us over. 1 second, Nicole whispers. She pulls me by the hand through the club. We slip behind a door. It looks like a small kitchen. Nicole rummages in her bag and starts boiling water. What are you doing? I'm going to make you pretty, sweetheart. She drops some pellets into a cup and pours hot water over them. Something white rattles in a container. Fangs. She fills them with the white stuff and hands one to me. Press it onto your canine. It'll mold perfectly. Then the other one. I press the thing to my tooth and start drooling almost immediately. How long do I have to hold it? I mumble, barely intelligible. 3 minutes should do. And the next one. A glance in the mirror. The teeth look real. They fit perfectly. I can talk without any trouble. Nicole combs my hair and ties it into a ponytail. She dabs my face with cotton pads soaked in rose water. And what do you want to call yourself? Just Anya. Is that okay? Of course, Nicole purrs, putting in her own fangs. She taps me on the shoulder, and we head back to the others. I added you to our group chat, Nicole says, scrolling on her phone. I reach out to shake Raphael's hand, but he pulls me into a firm hug. He smells amazing. What's his cologne? His black shirt clings elegantly to his toned frame. I'm so happy to see you. How are you, Anya? His voice is warm and inviting. I want to pour my heart out to tell him everything weighing on me. But I hold back. These people are still strangers. I'm good. How about you? I'm so hyped for tonight. We're hosting 2 other role-playing groups, and then there'll be dancing. And what's the game tonight? Oh, should I address you as the Dauphin? My friends call me Raphael. So, we're already friends, huh? He leans in close to my ear and whispers, I have a good sense for people, Anya. A chill runs down my neck. Raphael's hand brushes mine as he walks past. What would you like to drink? If they have a good wine, I'll take a glass of that. Unfortunately, no. But they do have Berlin blood rise. What's that? Teresa laughs. You don't know Berlin blood rise? Sounds like a book. Is it a movie or something? No, it's a cocktail with Cointreau and cherry. It's a scene drink. Don't pressure her, Teresa. She'll learn all of this soon enough. I'll take one, I chuckle. Good choice, Nicole says. The others raise their hands. 4 Berlin blood rises. Raphael heads to the bar, where a lanky guy in a shirt mixes the drinks. So, what do you think of this place? Nicole asks. I let my gaze wander around. It's dark, but not overly gothic. It's cozy, more like an old wine cellar with dark decor. Candles hang on the walls. It's really cozy, honestly. I like it here. We're glad to hear that, Teresa says. She's wearing the same blue dress from yesterday, her blonde curls tied into a ponytail. Nicole has paired a black dress with fishnet tights. Her Tree of Life pendant gleams in the neon light. Gentle electronic music hums from the ceiling. Raphael sits down next to me and hands me the Berlin blood rise. We all toast. The cocktail is strong, but it tastes amazing. I can pick out orange, cherry, and a hint of cinnamon. So, Anya. Raphael drapes his arm over the back of the couch behind me. He moves closer. I glance at his face and immediately look away. It's so rare that I'm attracted to someone right away, and when it happens, I act awkward. I wasn't called Anya, the autist, and femcel for nothing. I shake off memories of being bullied. Now I'm part of this immortal secret society. What fascinates you about vampires? I can't stop licking the fake fangs. They're holding up really well. Who wouldn't want to be immortal, right? I shrug and glance around the group. There's something romantic about it, I guess. Being loved forever. No illness, no aging. Always looking good. Nicole and Raphael exchange glances. I think we all feel the same, Nicole says. And the superhuman strength, you know? You can do whatever you want. Break free from the chains society puts on you. Yeah, it'd be amazing to break away from all of that. I sigh. My mouth now tastes entirely of cinnamon. Teresa crosses her arms. That's why we're doing this. Because we want to be free. We want to break out. Away from this society. From human morality. But where do we end up without morality? I ask. First, you find yourself on a field of new possibilities, Raphael answers coolly. His arm is behind me. I can almost feel his fingers brushing my shoulder. If you ever need help, no matter what, come to us. We stick together. It's us against the rest of the world, Nicole says. That's how it is. We're a community. Raphael touches me. My skin burns where his fingers rest. We talk with the other groups. They're another vampire house invited to our club. I can't follow everything they're saying. It's about game points and blood. Raphael, the Dauphin, owes the leader of the other group a daily ration of blood, whatever that means. I glance at the chat history. Who's Psycho Girl 10? I ask. That's Laura. She'll be here later. We've got a surplus of women, I see. Raphael drapes an arm over the backrest, his head tilted. He already has his fangs in. They suit him. Somehow it's sexy. Is he wearing contacts? His irises shimmer with an orange hue. There just aren't many guys into vampires. Most of them are gearheads or Marvel nerds. Oh, by the way, Anya, nice teeth. I smile shyly. There's something special about his eyes. I want to know what's hidden behind them, what unspoken thoughts slumber in his mind. The club fills up. Raphael welcomes other players. Justin is here too. The anticipated Laura arrives with a tall man. His head is shaved and painted with glowing runes. Laura has chin-length nut-brown hair with red highlights. She's wearing leather gloves that reach her elbows and a silver necklace over her black dress. Just let yourself go. You'll become part of the game if you enjoy it, Nicole whispers to me. I let it wash over me. Strangers take seats at our table, the bald man and a lanky guy with long blonde hair. Raphael hands them a suitcase and calls it the Promised Lotus, a blood delivery for the Allied house. I unintentionally become the center of the evening. They all seem to have known each other for a long time. I'm the fledgling, a freshly turned vampire. That's what they call me. As the club fills up, we're served. Our familiars come to the table to anticipate our wishes. Familiars are human servants. Nicole takes the drink from the waiter and grabs his chin, pulling him into a sensual kiss. Raphael sits like the ruling shadow of the room, the hem of his shirt undone just enough to reveal his toned abs. A red-haired beauty, performing a seductive dance, massages his neck. I look around and can't believe what I'm seeing. Nicole sends the waiter away and runs her hand over her lips. She kisses me on the temple. Everything goes. Nothing's mandatory. Do only what you want. No one will force you into anything. There's so much talking. And yet, so much is left unsaid. I lose track of time. The game envelops me with its unique aura. For a moment, I imagine I really am a young vampire. Curiously, I look around for prey, for an attractive young man I could drink from. There's one. A waiter heading to the bar with an empty tray, brown hair, slim and broad-shouldered, in a black shirt. I stare at him until my eyebrows tingle. Turn around. Look at me. Come to me. I command in my mind. I'm utterly intoxicated. It's not just the alcohol. Something else quietly ensnares me. A dark spell. He looks at me, his smile like beguiling poison. He approaches. Oh my God, what's happening here? This can't be a coincidence. What can I do for you? His voice is rough, but carries a subtle warmth. Maybe I want your blood. He offers me his arm. I trace the surprisingly soft skin, searching for the vein. I mimic a bite with my fake fangs. He closes his eyes and hums. Am I still myself? What is this game doing to me? Just as I feel like I'm making a fool of myself, I notice the others are showing even less restraint. There's talking, neck-biting, dancing, and kissing. I'm still just a well-behaved fledgling. A Berlin Blood Rise nightcap, he asks, smiling. Yes, please, I reply. He brings me a cocktail. I want to toast with my friends. My seat to the right is empty. Nicole has slipped unnoticed onto the dance floor. I find her among the whirl of human silhouettes. She stretches her hand toward me and pulls me toward her on an invisible string. Teresa is on the floor too. Everyone is. Even Justin and Laura. They wordlessly call me to join them. Weightless, I glide across the dark tiles. I feel the vibration of the heavy bass in every pore. I become one with the dancing crowd. The world around me fades. I am like a new person, trapped in a state of dreamlike weightlessness. The bodies around me blur into drifting shadows and streaks. All I perceive is the rhythm of my heartbeat and the dance step of Raphael, who holds my hand. Let yourself go, Anya. You must learn to be yourself, I hear him whisper. The echo of his words reverberates inside my mind. You must learn to be yourself. I rest my head against his chest and feel the distant rhythm of his heartbeat. He smells heavenly, and I would give anything to be touched by him. I let myself drift. Everything around me melts away. Raphael leads the dance with angelic grace. They don't move like humans. Every motion is fluid. Too fluid. As if their bones were flexible. I've never seen a human dance like this. He spins me across the dance floor. Everything spins, and I feel dizzy. Cool air brushes my arms. Am I falling? I land on my feet right in Nicole's arms as she continues the dance. She grinds her hips against mine, brushing kisses along my neck. I surrender to her touch, and we merge into a weightless unity of unbridled ecstasy. They hold my hands, Raphael to my left, Nicole to my right. I open my eyes wide as the entire club stands before us. The breathless agony of silence. Then thunderous applause. We bow. The others bare their fangs and cheer for us. I'm out of breath. What was that just now? We return to the lounge and place the next order. I collapse, breathless, between Teresa and Nicole. Raphael looks at me, his lips curling into the grin of a predator. You did well. I didn't know you were such a talented dancer, Anya. My heart pounds in my chest. It felt like a ritual, not a dance. Nicole strokes my hair. Laura studies me curiously. Isn't every dance a ritual? An animal leaps when it's happy. Only humans dance. They dance because they want to paint a picture with their bodies to tell a story. The next round of drinks is on Laura. She corners me, eager to know everything about me. There's something sly in her gaze. After exchanging a few sentences, the unsettling feeling fades. So, how do you like the game? Raphael asks me. I'm stunned. I have no idea where to start. Wow, you guys. You recharge my social battery. Honestly, I wasn't feeling great today. Thank you for that. Raphael nods, his expression grateful. The right people give you energy, not the other way around. I felt like a different person, like I was hypnotized. I just wanted to dance and let go. I can see that something's weighing on you, that you're fighting a deep sadness. I touch my temple, embarrassed that he hit the mark so perfectly. Come, Anya, come. He lifts my limp fingers and takes my hand. Excuse us for a moment. The others nod their understanding. While the other guests celebrate, he leads me upstairs. A moment later, I find myself on the rooftop of the nightclub. What's making you sad? You can tell I'm sad? Of course. I sigh heavily. I want to trust Raphael, but I don't know him well enough, even though it feels like I've known him and his group for a long time. The blurry images of the dance return. Gently, his finger lifts my chin, so I have to look into his eyes. The answer to fear and sorrow is courage. The answer to weakness is strength. So does that mean I'm weak if I grieve? You know what I mean? Then tell me. We were born to be loved and to love, not to suffer. Suffering is a part of life, but it's no more desirable than life itself. How can I help make your life better? Tell me, Anya. Why are you all so nice to me? We don't even know each other. The only way to make someone trust you is to trust them first. You're special, Anya. A seeker. I may not have all the answers, but I promise to help you search for them. Thank you. I sigh, falling into his chest. I don't know what compels me, but tears spill over. Raphael strokes my hair as the salty sadness flows against his chest. It's about my mom. I'm afraid I'll find her dead in bed. Every day, I expect the call. Or that I'll call out to her when I get home, and she won't answer. What's wrong with her? Cancer. Pancreatic cancer. The doctors say she doesn't have long. I can help. A sharp pain, like 1,000 needles. I push away from his chest. What do you mean? I sob. His face hardens. There are ways to heal cancer. Please, no esoterics. I can't handle that anymore. Esoterics just means what lies behind the curtain. And weren't all things behind a curtain before science discovered them? When I say I can help your mother, I mean it. He looks serious. There isn't a single shadow marring his perfect face. And you know this? Why doesn't any doctor in the world know, but you do? I've experienced it myself. I've healed people. I don't know if I can believe you. What do you have to lose? A loved one. My mother. Do you see? Isn't she reason enough to move heaven and earth? Take me to her. Let me talk to her, even if it's just for 5 minutes. I won't let your mother die. We look at each other for a long time. Raphael takes my hand. He wants to kiss me. I pull away. It's all too much. I've only met him twice. He places his fingertips around my neck and pulls me toward him. Let yourself go, Anya. Be yourself. I give in to the temptation. Chapter 6. From Sarah's perspective. Ghosts from the Steps. We gathered in a side room prepared for us after the event. There aren't many of us. Judith and I, Fraser and Beaumont. A beautiful dark-haired woman named Lady Grace Mortimer joins us. A man in uniform sits at the end of the table. He is introduced as Sir Reginald Wolfsbane. He apologizes several times for his repeated tardiness. Duncan Marlowe forgives him. Food is served. Honestly, I am not hungry at all. Only Judith and a young couple, whom Marlowe refers to as adepts, take anything from the platter. I decline when Judith tries to place something on my plate. The others don't eat either, preferring to pour themselves sherry and port. Marlowe suddenly appears beside me, his hand resting gently on my shoulder. A pleasant warmth spreads through me. His touch and smile give me a sense of security. I want to trust him, but something feels off. I get goosebumps despite the warmth. That's when I remember Judith's lecture about the subconscious. Something within me understands something I can't quite grasp or put into words. Sir Marlowe's charming smile opens every door for flattering conversation. How do you find it, Sarah? I hope my performance didn't shock you too much. You don't look like you're enjoying it, he says, smiling. But he isn't mocking me. I can feel that. I run a hand through my hair. For a second, I catch him glancing at my bare neck. Smirking, he meets my gaze. It's all new to me. I've never been to an event like this with so many people, I reply. Marlowe nods, thoughtfully sucking on his lip. That's true, but it's not the real reason you feel uncomfortable, he says, as though his hand were a lie detector. He removes it from my shoulder to pour me a glass of wine. Speaking with a note of concern in his voice, he continues, I understand how it feels. Many think we're quacks or some sort of occult sect. That rumor even circulates among the public. But rumors can be deadly. Yes, Judith sighs. I look at her. She has something she wants to say. Members of our society are attacked and followed to their homes, says the adept, whose name I don't know. Really? I ask, astonished. The wildest rumors are spread about us, that we're cold-hearted profiteers exploiting the needy, grunts Lachlan Fraser, stroking his stubbly chin. Lady Beaumont and Mortimer admonish him with a glance. For a moment, it seems as though their eyes glow. It is probably just the reflection of the candles. And you want to give this miracle vaccine to the whole world for free, just like that? I ask the group. Indeed, Marlowe replies, handing me the glass. A tingling sensation sweeps over my skin as our fingers brush. He toasts me, and we drink the sherry. The others join in. But only if they join your society, I add. Doesn't that still make it somewhat coercive? It's not really free then. Marlowe laughs. Oh, but it is. Everyone can choose freely to join us. We don't force anyone. Somehow, I don't dare say anything further. He counters everything skillfully, smiling like a confident entrepreneur. He knows how to talk to people, how to win them over or put them in their place. Judith nearly chokes. I had to work really hard to convince dear Sarah to come along. She genuinely thought we were some kind of doomsday cult. She giggles, covering her mouth with her hand. I just sit there, turning red. It is embarrassing, and I wish she'd stop. Lachlan Fraser frowns. That's exactly what we are. We need to become beings of energy. Ooh, the gruff Scot grumbles. He isn't good at making jokes. She probably thought we were some secretive Freemason cult or the Illuminati, laughs Lady Grace Mortimer, her lips to her glass. Sir Marlowe sounds almost offended. Freemasons and Illuminati? Please, why compare us to amateurs? The real power is seated here. We are something far older and infinitely more dangerous, growls Lachlan. Lachlan, I must insist. Behave yourself in front of our guests, Marlowe reprimands him. His stern expression melts back into a hospitable smile. People say all sorts of things. There's even talk that we're vampires, Lachlan says with a bored yawn. Judith and the others chuckle, rolling their eyes. In recent years, much has happened with vampires. Countless films and new series are produced. Every few years, there is a boom in the book market. When I lived in the States, I came across a lot on social media. There are actually people who believe in a global vampire conspiracy. Their hatred and delusions drive them to such extremes that they commit attacks on celebrities and innocent civilians. Because of them, many vampire films are pulled from cinemas. I remember. Are there still people who believe vampires are real? I ask, chuckling myself. What freaks. It's statistically proven that people who believe in these vampire conspiracies come from households with lower levels of education, Reginald Wolfsbane comments casually. Duncan crosses his arms behind his back and laughs. Conspiracy theorists always claim they believe in nothing and question everything, but then they take everything they read in their bizarre groups at face value. Have you heard the latest theory? Apparently, the Irish are descended from black people because we English brought so many slaves there. Oh, and dinosaurs never existed, by the way. The entire table laughs. I don't know what to say. Are there really people who believe that? The young man at the table nearly chokes on his chicken, cackling. Of course, he says mockingly. Ireland was uninhabited. Only when we Brits sailed slaves over from Africa did people live there. Who doesn't know the typical Irishman? Not pale-skinned and red-haired, but descended from Africa. St. Patrick and Viking settlements like Dublin didn't exist. The Celts never existed. All made up. We must rewrite the history books, huh? Lachlan rubs his face and growls into his palm. Irish people descend from black African slaves? That's the dumbest theory I've ever heard. He grunts, utterly distraught. Lady Beaumont places a hand on Lachlan's arm. There are people who believe that. There are also people who believe that the Northern Lights don't exist. Or that humans came from Hyperborea at the North Pole, she says. Duncan Marlowe places his hands on Lachlan and Lady Seraphina Beaumont's shoulders and laughs. Ladies and gentlemen, can we agree not to give these odd people any vaccines? I'd prefer to only associate with sensible beings, thank you. I smile along with them, out of social pressure. I don't really want to discuss conspiracy theories, though. I want to know more about this organization, and most of all, I want to get to know Sir Duncan Marlowe better. That's even crazier than the theory that the rich drink children's blood to stay immortal, Judith says. Marlowe's face turns serious, as though Judith's words have annoyed him or brought up a sensitive topic. They don't drink it, they inject it. And that's not a conspiracy theory. It's scientifically proven that injecting children's blood slows the aging process. But of course, it's unethical. It works, but that doesn't mean the government and celebrities are part of an occult sect. We know the scientific facts, but we distance ourselves from such things. Our organization works to stop these lunatics by any legal means. So, there are people who are willing to get children's blood? I ask. Of course. There are crazies everywhere. There are still human traffickers and nasty tricks by drug cartels. There are people who will walk over dead bodies, even children's. And of course, there are black sheep in politics and among the rich and famous. But most are decent people. Such extreme cases are rare. There are much more morally acceptable ways to stay young and fresh. A good hobby, for example. Marlowe touches his cheek. Or a tincture of rosewater and grapeseed extract. Antioxidants are the magic words. And stay away from rapeseed oil, not just for the ladies. The group smiles. Judith digs into her meal. A salad with chicken breast. I still don't feel like eating. That's why we all still look so enchanting, gentlemen, Reginald Wolfsbane growls, in true wolfish fashion. He raises his glass of sherry, and the whole table clinks glasses. I'm still curious about which organization he belongs to. His uniform looks military, but I don't see any insignia of the British Army. A rose pin adorns his shoulder epaulettes. We finish eating, and the group disperses. The adepts leave the hall. Outside, I hear the last cars driving off, and the other members head home. Judith says goodbye to me. Sir Marlowe wants to talk to me. He even promises to drive me home later. Either I'm crazy or naive, maybe both. Why do I trust this stranger so much? It feels like we've known each other much longer. Now, I'm alone with Marlowe. We've been walking through the building for half an hour. He wants to show me everything, Sir Marlowe offers me his arm, and I hook mine into it, holding a glass of champagne in my free hand. It tastes delicious, and I let the sparkling pleasure kiss my lips. I trust him blindly, and that scares me. I'm afraid because I'm not afraid, because I feel unconditionally accepted. No man in the world has ever made me feel like this the way he does. Even the memories with John are fading beneath the warmth of Marlowe's smile. What's happening to me? I feel like he's drugged me, and he could do anything he imagines with me, but our touches are gentle and cautious. His words curl enticingly around my ear. I sense no ill intentions. He's not dangerous. We stop in front of one of the gruesome paintings. The lights in the hall are off. Through the glass wall, the glow of the lanterns falls on the grotesque mural with the death angels. I'm scared of this painting. Who painted it? I whisper reverently. Or maybe it's just fear. Several artists worked on this painting. One drew the landscape, the other the angels. Each being looks different. That's because each artist brought their own style to it. He's right. I notice the distinct styles of each figure. It doesn't ruin the painting, though. It gives it a unique presence. What does it depict? I ask, pointing to the angel with the bloodied mouth, rising over the graves to bring the dead back to life. I notice more and more details. At first, the forest path looks like a road, but then the cobblestones become a path of bones, over which the blood-red moon rises in the fog. It's the Last Judgment, dear Sarah. Not the Christian one, but another. It's the liberation of the world and the rebirth of the ancient spirits. What kind of ancient spirits? I ask. Marlowe nods toward the other direction and asks me to walk with him. He wants to show me something. We head deep into the basement of the building. The colder it gets, the tighter and warmer his grip on my hand becomes. Marlowe smiles at me, and everything inside me pulses. I hear my heartbeat. It's suddenly so bitterly cold down here. He opens a walk-in vault with a fingerprint scan. Red light illuminates above our heads. Duncan Marlowe, bathed in the bloody glow, looks like one of those ancient spirits. Behind a display case lie archaeological finds. Tips of arrows and spears, broken swords, and horse tack. Next to them are replicas. My breath almost catches in my throat as I see the remains of human bones. How old is all of this? 3,000 years. Some of the finds date from after Christ. Do you want to know which ancient spirits I mean? Here they are. He talks about spirits rising from the dead while I stand in front of 3,000-year-old corpses and their gear. It scares me. I want to get out of here. What kind of exhibit is this? No, you don't hide an exhibit like this in the basement in a vault. What's here is not meant for everyone. Why has he brought me here? Duncan steps out of the shadows, balancing a sword on his palms. This is a replica of an ancient sword that they used in battle. During the conquest of Europe, it evolved into the precursor of the Roman gladius and the Germanic battle knife, the sax. I take the sword. It's a replica made of plastic, but for a moment I thought it was real metal. I hand it back to Duncan. He presents more of the excavated objects. Some are free and not behind glass. Ever heard of the fate of the lost Roman legion? No. There were several Roman expeditions deep into the east, all the way into the heart of Iran, but none of those expeditions ever returned. What happened to them? I ask. A dark smile spreads across Duncan's face, lit by the red glow, as if he's been waiting all evening to bring up this topic. In the heart of the Iranian highlands, the powerful Parthian Empire was born. It was always in bloody conflict with the Roman Empire. I wasn't very attentive in history class, but I let Marlowe talk. The archaeological finds hold me captive. The Parthians were one of the reasons why Rome and China never had diplomatic relations. Both great empires knew of each other through trade routes, but direct exchanges were difficult. However, the Parthians weren't the only thing that stopped the small Roman expeditions into the Iranian highlands, Duncan continues. He puts the words on his tongue as if they are the exciting part of a ghost story, rather than some dry material from a history book. What stopped the Romans? I ask. In Iran and the southern Russian steppes, the Romans encountered scattered groups of a tribe far older than any peoples they knew, a branch of the Scythians. It was the Indo-European Saigrani people. Saigrani? I've never heard of this tribe. Marlowe lets me touch the archaeological finds. A sharp jolt goes through me as my finger brushes against a golden mask. I don't believe in curses, but the ghost stories my relatives used to tell me as a child still haunt me. I still believe there is more between heaven and earth than we realize. But I don't believe these museum pieces are cursed. Curses are nonsense. Even so, I'm afraid to touch them. The longer I gaze at the unearthed remains, the harder it gets to breathe. I feel pressure on my chest. Duncan goes on. They were nomadic horse riders from the steppe. You won't find anything about them in the history books. The Romans and Greeks destroyed all records. What was left was wiped out by the church. But the Saigrani were real. We found these remains in a tomb chamber in Georgia. The Saigrani were there. On the wall hangs a collage of images from the expedition. It's from 2030. All members of the archaeological team fell victim to an unknown pathogen. They developed fevers and a hatred of the sun. What really killed the researchers on the Georgia expedition? I ask him. He places his hand on my back. The government was against digging in the mountains from the start. The locals believed evil spirits lived there. Even Russian grave robbers armed themselves and roamed the area. Marlowe taps on a blackboard that turns out to be a tablet. He shows me videos recorded with a helmet camera. These are the team's recordings. It was a British researcher who discovered the Tavkveri Kurgan. That's what they called the tomb in the mountain. But what killed her? I ask again. Not much can be seen in the video recordings. They were attacked by something. Others were infected. They awoke something that had been locked in the mountain for centuries. It's a price you pay when you disturb the peace of the dead. He needs to stop. I'm feeling uneasy the whole time. I cross my arms over myself and walk a little toward the exit. Duncan, I'm scared. This isn't funny. People died down there in the mountain, and no one knows exactly why. And here are the remains of that culture. Maybe there's some old pathogen still attached to these skeletons, and we've just gotten infected. They died in the name of science. However, their sacrifice was a gift, because the vaccine I've developed is based on the ancient pathogens we secured from the tomb chamber. This can't be true. That means I can barely speak from excitement. The thing that killed those people down there is in this vaccine, and you're selling it to people as a cure? From every poison, an antidote can be made, Sarah, Duncan assures me. He places both hands on my shoulders. I avoid his gaze. He places his thumb under my chin. Let go of me. I want to go back upstairs. I'm scared of this place. And now I'm also scared of Duncan. We've studied the old pathogen from the tomb chamber and prepared it in medical solutions. It won't kill you. It's not lethal. Sarah, please look at me. There's nothing to fear. You have my word. He takes my hands. His eyes look at me with concern. Suddenly the fear seems to vanish. Still, I want to go back upstairs. It's late. I was supposed to be home by now. Archaeology is not just my personal passion. It's the key to the advancement of medicine. The pathogen found in the ancient Saigrani tomb chamber in Georgia will free humanity from all problems. I've already tested the vaccine on myself. It works, he says, But how is this pathogen supposed to cure all diseases? You talk about your vaccine as if it can fight death itself. He smiles. Well, thought out, but not entirely off the mark, Sarah. He lets go of my hands and runs his fingers through the fine dust particles hanging in the air. The Sagrani, according to legend, drank the blood of their dead and enemies, gaining divine power. They even spoke of angelic beings before Christianity, and the angels brought humanity the gift of blood. Some scientists believe the Sagrani unlocked the secret to eternal life, but it's buried deep in the forgotten burial mounds of Europe and Asia. My heart skips a beat when I see someone standing in the corner. "Oh my God!" I shout. It's just a mannequin, but it terrifies me. It's a life-sized figure in ancient attire. The warrior holds a crescent-shaped sword and a bronze chainmail. Over it, he wears a silk robe. Long blonde hair flows over his shoulders. A grim expression is hidden beneath a golden mask and an elongated helmet. Did he scare you? Marlowe laughs and pats the warrior's arm. This is a Sagrani warrior from the 2nd millennium BC. They were very advanced for their time. Their thirst for blood was legendary. They navigated by the stars and winds. But this people, they're hopefully completely extinct now, right? Marlowe grins like a shark in the red light. The Sagrani are not extinct. They became us. Every European people carries a piece of their genetics. In you, in me, in an Icelander or a Spaniard. We all have their genes inside us. I take a second look at the figure. It looks like someone combined a Viking with an Oriental warrior or Greek. Judith always knew more about this than I did. History was never my thing. He looks more like a Germanic person to me, or a Viking with that long blonde hair. Duncan chuckles. Vikings were also Germanics, Sarah. And yes, you're right. The Sagrani were Germanics, Indo-Germanics, or Indo-Europeans. But you said Iran. The Germanic people come from there and then migrated to Europe. Some headed for India, continuing their conquests there. Ever heard of the Vedas? Ayurveda and all that? Veda means knowledge. You can still recognize it in Norwegian as vita, to know. In German, the T turned into an S, wissen. Just a little fun fact. Maybe that's just a coincidence? No. It's scientifically proven. You can read it anywhere. I studied languages. The Sagrani conquered rivers and mountains, but they felt most at home in the saddle. I hum thoughtfully. I thought blonde hair came from the north. There are various theories, but the latest scientific findings from our researchers have proven it. Blonde hair originally came from the Iranian steppes. People think it comes from Scandinavia, because that's where most blondes live. But Scandinavians aren't the original blondes. They're just what's left. In other parts of Europe, darker hair types took over through intermixing. He looks at me and touches my hair. He runs it between his fingers, as if it were precious strands of gold. I let the touch wash over me and enjoy it. Sir Duncan Marlowe fascinates me. No matter what this man knows and can do, I want to absorb it all. Why did our paths cross? Was it meant to be? Suddenly, I stopped thinking about John and my old life. You're lucky, Sarah. A trace of Sagrani beauty runs through you. Sagrani beauty. Should I take that as a compliment, considering these people were a blood-drinking, warlike tribe? But hair color is just decoration. Inside each of us flows the old Sagrani blood. Even if you have black hair like me. We're all descendants of the ancient steppe people, Duncan Marlowe says, turning away from me. He takes a deep breath as he admires the archaeological finds. I have to turn away from the objects. The golden helmet mask silently tells a story of blood and darkness. My thoughts race wildly. It's as if I'm dreaming, but still awake. I hear the sound of hooves, the whinny of wild horses, shouts in a language from ancient times. Glowing eyes make their way through the night, forever searching for blood. Duncan takes my hand, and I wake up, sweating, from my daydream. "Let's go upstairs." "I'll drive you home, Sarah," Marlowe says. The night at my parents' house is lonely. I'm alone and resolved to respond to Judith tomorrow. She asked me how I felt about the meeting, but it's all too much for me right now. Sir Duncan Marlowe overwhelmed me in that basement with his historical knowledge. It was fascinating, but it's left me on edge, and I've been struggling to find the right words ever since. I keep losing my train of thought, as though someone has entered my mind and is deciding what can stay and what can go. The night is filled with nightmares. I constantly feel like I hear breathing in the room and notice movement. I know I'm alone, but I feel paranoid. I keep my phone ready in case I need to call the police if someone's here. Duncan's lecture was full of ghost stories. I've had enough of blood-drinking angels supposedly revealing secrets to ancient Germans from the steppes. I dream of them. When I close and open my eyes, I could swear I see the cursed statue of the Saigrani warrior from the basement in front of my bed, or that the golden mask is floating outside my window. Blood pulses from the holes for the mouth and nose, even though no one stands behind it to bleed. I lower the blinds because I'm scared of being watched. I'm terrified of closing my eyes. A glance at the clock shows me that I fall asleep for an hour at a time, only to wake up again. Every dream feels like an entire day. The Saigrani didn't die out. They became us. I hear Duncan's voice in my head over and over. I see people in my dreams. The shadows of horses are coming toward me. The steppe riders are returning from battle. Their skin hangs from their bones, along with the flesh, torn from sword strikes. They dismount their horses and drag themselves with their last strength toward the water. No, it's not water. It's red. They jump into a screaming lake of blood, from which they rise again as angels. Their eyes burn like fire. Their wounds have vanished. The horses that brought them to the healing blood lake are now their food. They pull them into the red flood and drown them in it, while sinking their teeth into the throats of the poor animals. I have to wake up. Wake up, Sarah. Wake up. Chapter 7, from John's perspective, the Church of the Night. The sleep was refreshing. Instead of a woodpecker, I was woken by the sound of chopping wood from below, and a wet dog's nose. Dixie Hunter is running wild through the house and garden. I went shopping in the nearest town. Cars are not allowed in this community, so only a few people have one. Jerry gave me money to buy groceries for him and a few neighbors. I return with full bags. People here live on the bare essentials. No sweets, hardly any alcohol. I was supposed to buy wine and beer for Jerry, mostly fruits and vegetables. I promised my buddy I'd cook him chili tomorrow. I'll make myself useful at his house. I'll take over the next round of wood chopping. Afterward, we deliver the groceries to the neighbors. One bag goes to the Thompson family. They live in a house on a hill 2 streets away, a white-painted wooden house. The paint is peeling from the facade. A first step onto the stairs. The wood creaks. It sounds dangerous. I knock on the door and hold the bag of groceries in front of my chest. My heart leaps when I'm greeted by the warm smile of a blonde beauty. A yellow cardigan. Underneath, a white dress with flowers. Long legs. A face like sunshine. The young woman takes the bag and hands it to the grumpy old man who appears behind her in the doorway. You're new here. I've never seen you before. But my aunt said there was a newcomer. Oh, and thanks for the groceries. She shrugs. Sorry, I don't mean to be rude. Do you live with Jerry? Did he invite you here? My God. Her voice is like the nectar of a summer flower. Yeah. He's a friend. I needed a break from the city. I need to clear my mind, if you can say it like that. Enjoying the peace and nature. Miss Thompson? A smile flickers across her lips. She has sweet dimples when she chuckles. She extends her hand. Her fingers gently close around mine. Evelyn Marsh. John Allen. Where are you from? I'm from Kansas. Evelyn's eyes widen. Her intrigued gaze locks onto me. From Kansas? What city exactly? Kansas City. And you? I was born here. What's it like in the big city? I've heard New York and Washington are dirty. I've never been there. It's okay, depending on where you go. She puts her hand to her forehead and waves it off. Sorry if I'm talking too much and asking so many questions. Everyone says I talk too much, especially with strangers. We don't even know each other yet. I lean with one arm on the railing and smile. Well, now we do. Evelyn takes her hand from her face and tugs a strand of her golden blonde hair with it. That's true. She clears her throat and steps toward me. The floorboards creak. Not that we're going to crash through together. She nods toward the church. I'm the granddaughter of the priest. I live with Grandpa and Aunt. We're holding a service tonight. You're invited. I'd love to see you there. I'll come. Is there anything I should know? Any rules? Just come and let it all sink in. All you need is openness. Everything else the Holy Spirit will take care of for you. She grins at me. Evelyn, a hoarse voice calls from the shadows, like a cracking tree in a storm. Sorry, the young woman hisses and nods toward the door. My uncle doesn't like it when I talk to strangers for too long. We'll talk more tonight, okay? I raise my hand in farewell. I'll see you, Evelyn. One last smile marks her cheeks. Then she disappears behind the door. A loud discussion behind the fence. Through a hole, I see the same officer who had warned me that cars were banned in the community. He's now lecturing another group. I see 2 men and a woman. Behind the windows, I can make out the outlines of their heads. A visitor group. They look like they've gotten lost and ended up here by accident, just like me. They get in their car and drive toward the edge of the woods. The officer stomps away, cursing. What are they doing here? For my part, I hope they stay, and that I'm not left all alone in this crowd of freaks. The church looks creepier at night than during the day. Candles light the way for the believers into the interior. The light guides us. When we gather, the benches in the front row are taken. The church is white on the inside. Candle holders and tea lights under the oval windows. It smells of old paper and wood. Just like how you'd imagine an old church to smell. I can't find a Bible. And no cross. There's no image of Jesus to be seen anywhere. It makes me suspicious. This isn't a Christian cult. But the aesthetic looks Christian. The altar boy's robes are white, embroidered with golden threads. Let's find a seat. The church is filling up. Jerry is beside me. Without him, I wouldn't have stepped foot in here. A blonde hairline under a feathered hat. Evelyn gives me a sidelong glance. A smile flashes across her graceful features. The older man from this afternoon, who must be her uncle, places his hand on her neck. She should focus on the service and not give the stranger any attention. That's what the skeptical look the old man gives me tells me. "Don't get your hopes up, buddy," Jerry whispers, nudging my elbow. "What do you mean?" "The beauty over there, Evelyn Marsh. She's the priest's granddaughter. No one touches her, but she has a weakness for strangers." Jerry greets the other members. No one makes a move to greet me, and that's fine by me. I'm only here to do Jerry a favor and to avoid becoming even more unpopular with these hillbillies. The whispering dies down as the two altar boys step aside and clear the way for the priest. They stand to the left and right of the altar. The gray hair sparkles like silver in the candlelight. His face is marked by age. His mouth is wrinkled, but his eyes radiate a youthful shine. Whoever inhabits this human shell, it is a being that defies death, even as the body succumbs to the decay of age. He wears a white alb, covering his feet. Embroideries of roses adorn the golden stole. He has the face of an old fox. His chin proudly moves along the rows. He finds my face and smiles warmly before turning to the next person. The visitor group, who had to repark their car, is here too. They shuffle in and look awkward, like colorful birds in a gray cloud. The priest raises his hand. "Is this Father Mackenzie?" I see new faces in our midst, an unfamiliar but welcome sight, and an opportunity for us to show kindness. In love and devotion to the message of the Lord, I see that the strangers may unsettle you. I can see it in your faces. His gnarled finger moves down the rows like a crooked branch. But don't forget that you, like me, were once seekers, so give them a chance. Let them partake in our community. Set them a chair. Mackenzie raises his hand threateningly, as if about to deliver a slap. The arrival of the Messiah is near. He will come to earth, and his light, I can already see it on the blood-red horizon, will be the beacon to the new world. What Messiah? Mackenzie's upper body lowers onto the altar. He spreads his arms across it. The priest breathes heavily. Dear brothers and sisters, the great tribulation will pass. Our faith will be tested until the Lord deems us pure. Today we are worthy to take in the gifts of the Lord. But for now, let us pray and sing of the greatness of our mission. The congregation falls into a meditative pose, hands resting on laps, palms open as if they want to absorb all the warmth of the room and transform into pillars of light themselves. Just go along with it, Jerry whispers. I relax. For a moment, it feels as though all our heartbeats and breaths are merging into one rhythm. It's the feeling of community and true brotherhood. Foreign thoughts knock on my forehead. Something wants in. Something that isn't me. Just as I begin to enjoy it, I'm reminded again that this isn't normal. This is not a normal church. This is not a service. Guttural sounds emerge from the priest's throat. It reminds me of throat singing from the Mongolian mountains, with words I don't understand. The crowd repeats them. Astadior, Biordos, Aphelos, over and over in rhythm. I don't understand a thing. I fight the urge to stand up. I brought this on myself. I grit my teeth. What is that deep tone pounding against my skull? The sound that reaches for my heart. I hear the blood rushing in my ears. They're using tricks. The priest has some sort of frequencies or sound waves here to make people submissive and in constant fear. That's how organs were built in churches. There are dirty tricks at play here. I sense it clearly. Cold sweat beads on my forehead. The singing stops. I open my eyes. Silence returns. Absolute silence. Suddenly the hands rise. They grasp at something imaginary in the air. I keep mine down. A glance over my shoulder. The visitor group notices me. I give one of the men a look, signaling that I want to be just as gone as they do. Altar boys in white robes carry something to the altar. A blood-red chalice with golden inlays. The other boy sets a barrel on the altar. Mackenzie's voice trembles through the lifeless walls. The candle flames bend like in a storm when he speaks. And the Lord said, "Take this as a sign of my power over the kingdom of all heavens. May my fire be your light in the night, taste of my body. This is my blood." The people straighten up, and a line forms in front of the altar. Jerry is behind me. He gently nudges me forward. The priest offers blessings and dips the chalice into the barrel. A juicy red glow shimmers inside. An old woman steps up, her bent gait, a gray cardigan. The people here look partly like they stepped out of the 19th century. Evelyn is behind her. She supports the woman. Is this her aunt? Mackenzie gives his granddaughter a nod, signaling that she's doing her job well. A glance back. She sees me. The corner of her mouth twitches, but she promptly banishes the smile from her angelic face. The old lady finishes drinking. Evelyn takes the cup next. After 3 more believers, it's my turn. I, the stranger, the one who feels the locals' gazes like needles pricking at the back of my neck. Drink this, my son. It is the blood of the Messiah. His voice carries a fatherly rumble. I hold the grail with both hands to my lips. I don't want to drink this. I'd rather turn around and press it against the chest of the person behind me. I'm expected to respect the tradition. All eyes are on me. The priest's gaze is full of expectation. Do his lips move? Is he laughing at me? The red liquid plays around my lips. The priest raises his hands as if bathing in a rain of light. He tilts his head back and closes his eyes. The wine tastes strange, but not bad. I feel dizzy. Yet the alcohol wasn't that strong. I barely tasted it. It was more like a honey-sweet nectar dissolved in must. My head is buzzing. Jerry is next. I walk back to my seat. No, I'm floating. A feeling of weightlessness comes over me. Whatever it was, it went straight to my blood. The voices at the altar swirl as dull echoes around my ears. A shadow to my right. It's Jerry. He pats my shoulder as if I were a good dog. You did well. It's all good. Nothing will happen to you. I've been through this many times. What's happening to me? I growl tiredly. My lips feel so hot. Jerry whispers in my ear. The miracle of prayer in the community of true faith, my friend. Just let it work. Give your mind space. They've mixed something into the wine. I'm not high, and I'm not drunk. It's not acid either. But I feel so dazed. My body wants to relax, but it sees so many things. The flickering of the candles. The voices in the room. It assigns meaning to each of them and combines them. And suddenly, I feel like I've figured out a complex equation that could solve all of humanity's problems. What did you put in the wine? It slips out of me. My hands tighten on the wood of the pew. I want to smash it, send the splinters flying. The priest waves a man from the front row to him. He leans on a cane. Wait a second. It's not a crutch. A black pair of sunglasses. Is he blind? He feels his way up the steps to the altar. Mackenzie grabs him by the shoulders from behind and leads him in front of the congregation. How do you feel? He asks so everyone can hear. I'm fine, Father Mackenzie. I'm glad to be here and to be part of this community. Reverent nodding and murmuring from the rows. They start clapping. First one, then several. Then the whole church. I don't know what's going on here. I clap as if I'm supposed to. My hands tingle. They've given us all something. But what? Our dear Lawrence. He has a good heart, and the Lord has tested it and found it pure. And so, he has gifted him with his blessings. A shudder runs through the crowd as the blind man throws away his cane. He takes off his sunglasses. I see shadows. I can see. It's beautiful. And soon you will see the world better than any other person. You've spent your whole life without sight, and now you're being rewarded with a gift that will allow you to understand more than any medicine in the world. He sends the man back to the pew, where his relatives touch and kiss him. A woman snuggles her neck against his. He feels her face. I can see you, Martha, I hear him whisper. My hearing is sharpened. I'm going through a sensory expansion. Or is it just my imagination? Is the drug making me think this? You've seen the miracle, one of millions that will follow. We have an important mission, my dear brothers and sisters. We must become warriors of God, vengeance angels who will carry out his judgment in the night, for even the parasite feels most at home in the shadows. Now I know where Jerry got the nonsense about parasites from. With jubilation and a chanting ceremony, the service ends. The church empties, and Father Mackenzie approaches our pew. He extends his wrinkled hand. It carries the pressure of a worker's hand. This man is not of this world. It's as if he's overcome human existence through prayer and defied the wear and tear of age. Reverend Jebediah Mackenzie, you're John, right? Jerry has told me about you. Welcome to our community. My pleasure. I've never experienced a service like this. I don't see any crosses here. Aren't you Christians? They all laugh. I wonder what's so funny about my question. Suddenly, Evelyn is standing next to me, putting her arm around me. Her hair smells of roses. You've seen the miracle, John. We're all on a mission, and we'd love it if you joined us. I'm not so sure about this, guys. I rub my arm. They're pressuring me. Mackenzie taps the air. Don't overwhelm him now. He's found us. Now he just has to let faith find him. You're a good man, John. I have a sense for these things. It wasn't by accident that you ended up here with us. Providence has brought us all together. Maybe the blind man was part of the act. He's supposed to play a role in convincing the naive believers of the legitimacy of this church. I remain friendly, but make sure not to let them talk me into anything. The others are discussing something. Slowly, the effect of the wine starts to wear off. I can speak again without feeling like my lips are burning. The sweating stops. My pulse calms. We step into the cool night. Reverend Mackenzie leads us, his hands clasped beneath his sleeves. Jerry and Evelyn are with me. The full moon hangs over the dark forests of Minnesota. A rustle in the bushes. I think I see a fox darting from one house wall to the next. Where are we going? I ask the two of them. We've been invited to the Reverend's. We'll have dinner with him. And you're warmly invited, John. He'll answer any questions you have. You have some, don't you? I swallow. Evelyn's hand traces my arm. The woman touches me a bit too often. She's beautiful. The moonlight turns her into a creature that reminds me of a marble angel, just without wings. The priest says nothing. The gravel path crunches beneath our feet. We stop. A white cottage surrounded by a withered cornfield. Jerry pats me on the shoulder. Everything's fine, buddy. We're here now. I saw that you weren't quite yourself earlier. Must have been the wine. Relax, take it easy. It's not as creepy as it might have seemed at first. If you say so, Jerry. Chapter 8. From Anya's perspective. The Horn of the Prophet. My skin is so soft, and it smells like a flower meadow. Is it because of the rose water we apply before every game? I've seen pictures of roses. They're everywhere. In every corner, on paintings and mosaics. In the club, many wore them as necklaces or on their clothes. Blood and roses. A reference to the name of the group? Mama, I'm leaving now, okay? I call out, not breaking eye contact with my reflection in the mirror. With your new friends? She calls from the living room. Yeah, I say distractedly, rubbing an eyelash out of my eye. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Silence. Don't you want to know what kind of people they are? Who are they? People from the internet. We play together, with costumes and stuff. Okay. I bite my tongue. My mother wants me to be okay, to get by without her, but her voice no longer carries warmth. I'm off, okay? I call out again. She hums from the living room. I can't see her, but I know she's lying down. I can't stand looking at my mother anymore, and I project that onto myself. But my reflection is pure. I don't see any flaws in it. It's like there's another Anya in front of me, but it's the real one. I realize that my self-doubt is an illusion, that my fear is real, but I have to fight it. I accept it and let it go. I breathe heavily. Why do I feel like there's a lump in my throat? My hand becomes a scoop. The pills tumble in. Antidepressants. Since my mother's condition has worsened, I swallow the shit every day. My thoughts would otherwise spiral out of control. I have to numb myself to bear the sight of my dying mother. I can't handle my studies otherwise. I can't sleep. Mother also takes medication for her anxiety and pain. She says she's not scared, but she is. She's afraid of death. I know she doesn't want to burden me. She thinks a lie to her daughter is sweeter than the truth. But nothing is sweet. Everything tastes rotten and lost. I don't want this anymore. I don't want to numb myself. My own life has to move on. The role-playing group gives me new strength. I feel accepted and understood. Everyone is kind to me. I get to be myself. I look into the mirror. I'm not a fragile girl. I'm a young woman going through what many people today have to endure. I'm not alone. I clench my fist and want to crush the pills. I look into my reflection. I want to be myself. I want to see myself for who I am and who I will be. What kind of person do I want to be? A slave to my fear? I'm tired of living in fear. I crush the pills until my hand hurts. I throw them into the trash can in front of me. It ends today. What did Raphael tell me before he kissed me? The answer to weakness is strength. It hurts, but he's right. Maybe I really am too weak. I have to be strong. I will be stronger than anyone else. I know the way to the building. I fumble my AirPods out of my bag and walk on foot. It clears my mind. I listen to the music Nicole recommended. I've always been more of a Swiftie, but now heavy bass and cyberpunk accompany my steps. It underscores the beginning of my new self. Everyone is here. Raphael, Nicole, and the other girls. Justin opened the door for me. New faces. I'm sure I recognize some from the night at the club. I'm excited to see Raphael again. He smiles sweetly when he sees me, but then falls back into the grim pose of the leader. Are they waiting for something? He breaks the heavy silence. We were hoping you'd come. Is something wrong? Raphael waves me over. Is something wrong? Did someone die? My question is serious, and Raphael's tense face breaks into a smirk. No, he laughs. Oh no, not at all. But why do you all look so serious? Anya. Raphael takes my hands. His touch gives warmth, but he trembles. Big changes are coming, and we all want you to be a part of it. I look into their faces. Why are you all looking at me like that? You're scaring me. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Teresa waves both hands. And what's the plan for today? We're just playing our game. But today a lot of things will happen differently. Just trust me and don't be scared. What you see might blow your mind. Raphael's gaze makes me trust him. I look at the group. Nothing blows my mind anymore. I'm ready for anything. I know. That's why you're here. You're a special person, Anya. I knew it the moment you first stepped through the door. Thanks, that really means a lot. All eyes are on me. Nicole receives a nod from Raphael and follows him. Laura hands us fabric. I unfold it and receive a robe. It's wine red with a golden rose, a white inscription. Domus Palladi. That's the name of our house. Named after the founder Bardas Palladius, Laura explains, slipping into the robe herself. I hesitate. Teresa is already wearing it. The sleeves are way too long. She pulls the hood over her golden curls. Who was Bardas Palladius? An old warrior from Byzantium. But we'll explain all that later. He founded the house. And we, as Blood and Roses, are kind of like a clan under his rule. You'll get it. Don't focus on little details like that. She assures me I'll understand everything, and asks me to relax and see it all in stride. I pull the robe over me. Now I feel like a conspirator in some secret society. Behind the seating area, there's a stage, waist high. Raphael and Nicole climb the steps. They've prepared something. I notice it for the first time. A chalice is on the podium. Silk cloths with roses hang from every side. Laura and Teresa touch me. They lift their chins while humming and push their chests out. I follow suit and just do what they do. Raphael drapes a white sheet over himself. It looks like a monk's robe, almost like what we're wearing. Nicole wears the same. We position ourselves in a semicircle in front of the stage. The room darkens. Candles flicker. The door behind us swings open. Pairs of boots, sturdy and martial. They come from the left and right. The room fills. The candlelight illuminates Raphael like a young god of war, a knife in his right hand. This is a trick. He's not seriously going to cut his hand, is he? Shit, he's doing it. It drips into the golden vessel. Raphael's lip quivers as though he's whispering prayers against the pain. A bottle of wine in his other hand. He mixes it with his blood. Nicole takes the chalice from him and steps down the stairs. Her face is frozen, as if my new friend has been replaced. I don't move. I'm scared. Raphael bandages the wound, a low hum. Everyone around me has their eyes closed and falls into a guttural prayer chant. Even Teresa and Laura join in. I'm scared, Teresa, I whisper, so the others don't hear. Laura's finger suddenly touches my shoulder. Teresa blinks. You don't have to be, she whispers. I'm here for you. Every time I blink, it feels like the room fills up. How many are we? 20 or 30 already? Justin is the first one the chalice reaches. He wipes his mouth. Did Nicole let him drink from it? The next person in line. Nicole brings the chalice with Raphael's blood to his lips. He takes a sip and lowers his gaze in thanks. Nicole nods and elegantly steps to the next person. A girl, maybe 17. They all drink the wine with his blood. I can't. I won't. I cast a pleading glance at the pedestal. Raphael sees me. He looks away. It's uncomfortable for him to meet my eyes. He silently mouths, "I'm sorry." The jug reaches Teresa, and before I know it, Nicole is standing before me. My heart races. I can't breathe. I won't drink it. No, I can't drink it. I take a step back and accidentally step on the toes of the person behind me. Everyone is looking at me. My eyes are wet. "I can't do it," I whisper, my voice shaking. "Sorry, Nicole, I can't do it." Nicole looks at me, lowers the jug, and nods. She walks over to Laura, who accepts the bloody wine. Raphael strikes a pose, his hands stretched toward the light. Red light floods the hall. Everything that promised me beauty turns into terror. The embroidery and paintings on the walls, the faces of my new friends, the game with the vampires. Teresa and Laura gasp, crossing their hands over their chests. I flinch. Their pupils are dilated as though they've been drugged. Shit. The wine. Now I understand why the wine was so special. When I first came here and was greeted by everyone, it was Raphael's blood. I've fallen into the clutches of an occult blood cult. I fear for my life and wish I had stayed home with my dying mother. Raphael prepares something. He throws out a blanket and places a folder on it, where I see something golden glimmering. Nicole brings the chalice back to the pedestal and goes to help Raphael. The ritual is silently performed. It's all communicated through glances. I tremble. My legs feel like jelly. My heartbeat pounds in my skull. I can't leave. If I run, I'll fall and they might kill me. The dark crowd moves toward the pedestal, where Nicole and Raphael are waiting for them. They take something from the folder. The two in white perform a hand dance as though blessing the contents of the folder. I move forward too, but slower than the others. So slowly that I manage to position myself on the edge and watch. They all take something and hide it in the sleeves of their robes. I'm so scared that tears start to flow. The light burns in my eyes. I don't want to open them anymore. A warm embrace. I look up at Raphael, who gazes at me like a fairy tale lover. He takes his hand from my back and opens it before my eyes. A syringe. "For me?" I ask, trembling. "Yes, Anya, for you. Take it, please," he whispers lovingly. "I don't want to see you cry. You're so beautiful, Anya. I can make sure you stay beautiful forever and even get more beautiful, even if I can't figure out how yet." He strokes my cheek and wipes away my hot tears. "What?" I struggle to breathe, my chest heaving. "What's in this syringe?" Nicole steps down the stairs, next to Raphael, a hand on his shoulder. She briefly looks at me, then her gaze returns to him. "Raphael, the ritual. We need to finish it." "Anya's scared," he whispers through gritted teeth. "I want to take away her fear." "Then hurry up." She turns away and goes back to the others. Raphael slides his fingers under my hood and strokes my hair. "We'll do this together. No one will be alone when the ritual is completed. No one will be alone. We're a family. Why don't you have a syringe?" He looks sadly down at the floor. "I don't need one. You don't understand that yet. And that's perfectly okay. Hey, it's okay. You're not doing anything you don't want to do." He touches my back. "Come with me. Just stay with me, okay?" His voice calms me again, even though every fiber of my being tells me not to believe anything he says. Everything inside me screams to run. It won't get better. No, nothing will get better. I'll just be calmer. I'll appear numb. The other players don't care about me. They all hold the syringes in their hands, staring at them as though they're something sacred. "Please, take a seat over there. I'll come to you in a minute," he promises me, pointing to the seating area by the fireplace. A carafe of wine is ready, 2 glasses beside it. I wait until they're done with the ritual and retreat into the robe. No one should see my face. I'm afraid I've lost it. I had finally hoped to make friends. Now I've ended up in a group of freaks. A packing slip lies on the table. In messy handwriting, I read Noctis Lab. The leather creaks. Raphael sits next to me. He pours himself a drink and takes a sip. "I'm sorry, Anya. You should have found out about all this after a year, not at the 3rd meeting. But it's the Game Master's rule. We have to do this." "Aren't you the Game Master?" "I'm the leader of this group, but not the highest. All player groups around the world have to perform this ritual. We were never told when it would happen. Some have been waiting for 10 years for it to take place. And now the day has come. What is our big day is only your 3rd day in the game. You have to learn to be yourself. I've told you this before. Be brave, Anya. Be brave," he whispers against my lips. "Be brave, Anya. Be brave." He kisses me on the mouth. I let it happen and receive the tingling of his hunger. His kiss tastes of blood. I push away from him. I grab his cup and take a sip. Real blood. I spit it out. "This is blood," I scream. Raphael slaps the seat cushion and hisses angrily. "You drink real blood? Tell me." "It's blood, but it's not what you think. It's part of the ritual. This is too much for me. I want to break away from this group and never come back. You told me you didn't want anything to do with these subculture vampires who drink blood, but you're just like them." "We're not." For the first time, I see anger in Raphael's eyes. I stand up, pushing my arms under the robe. I throw the musty thing in his face. I won't be a part of this game anymore. Raphael tries to calm me, but I'm boiling with rage and fear. He approaches with his hands raised. He touches my cheek. "Don't touch me, Raphael." He looks at me sadly. "Anya, I can explain. It's not what you think." I run. "Please, stay here. I beg you, Anya." I hear him call out in pain. I crash into Teresa. She's kneeling. Everyone else is too. Their eyes twitch. Spit glistens on their lips. She stares blankly into the void. "Teresa," I whisper, frozen in fear. She vomits at my feet. Yellow bile. I let out a disgusted scream as I jump back. My hands press to my mouth. Her arms clutch her stomach. The syringe falls from her trembling hand. She injected the stuff. Whatever was in it has poisoned her. Sick moans. The whimpering sounds turn into screams and cries for help. Everyone collapses. Laura lies unconscious on the floor. Bodies start twitching. Whatever they injected, it's killing them. Raphael and Nicole want to kill us all. It's a suicide cult. Demonic. The white robes of Raphael and Nicole stand out on the pedestal. They watch me without making any attempt to move. I run for the door, not daring to look back. Out. Out. Just out of the building. Away from this place. With fear in my heart, I charge into the night, into the maw of a downpour that blurs my vision. Chapter 9. From Sarah's perspective. The Immortals. Judith managed to persuade me to attend more sessions. This time, they are smaller. Duncan Marlowe says that there won't be any more large events. He's putting pressure on all of us, telling us that the vaccine has been developed and that everyone is required to take it. It's the only way to be part of this society and survive what's coming in the next few days. The other adepts no longer show up. Judith wants me to keep meeting with Duncan, but she'll be staying away from the next sessions. She called me and told me that the vaccine had been delivered to her home and she was going to take it after our conversation. She was scared. I wanted to convince her not to take anything against her will, but Judith said we should trust Sir Marlowe. He had great plans for all of us, she told me. The vaccine contains the pathogen that killed people in the Georgian mountains. This is not a cure, but a weapon. And I'm afraid that it was the last time I spoke to Judith. I'm so tense that my eyes fill with tears, and I wish more than anything that I had someone to talk to. My parents don't understand me. Duncan and his people have shown and explained so much at the last meetings that I'm almost buying into the whole charity society story. He gave us a demonstration at the last session. A girl who was sitting in a wheelchair could suddenly walk again. Maybe it was fake, maybe it was staged. But the girl's legs looked so thin that I bought the story about the wheelchair. Maybe she was really disabled and regained sensation in her legs thanks to Marlowe's vaccine. Of course, she didn't immediately start jumping around, but she could walk across the room without help, albeit slowly. Religious people would call it a miracle. Marlowe and his group call it science. However, the girl received the vaccine as an oral dose. Judith wants to inject it directly into the muscle, and now Duncan wants to convince me himself to take it. I need to find out the truth. Duncan wants to meet me alone today. I'm allowed to borrow my parents' car and tell them I'm visiting Judith, which, of course, is a lie. I'm a grown woman. I'm in my mid-30s, and the midlife crisis is pulling the rug out from under my feet. It's a disgusting feeling to be back home. No job, no husband, no children. I'm afraid I've failed as a woman, and I have no desire to become an esoteric cat worshiper with healing stones to make my midlife crisis more bearable. For a moment, I wish John were here with me. But I left him because I no longer felt anything, and now I feel lonely. I could call him and ask how he's doing, but maybe I'd only make things worse. I know he loves me, but I don't know if I love him. Maybe I love the John from my memory, but not the man he is now. My life is empty. I've returned to England and walked through the streets of Cambridge. Everywhere are childhood memories, but no childhood friends. The feelings of old days are nothing but echoes now. My parents are old. My relatives are dead or have moved far away. I have no friends anymore, except for Judith. I don't know where I'm going. The only person who seems to long for me is Sir Duncan Marlowe. I feel there's more between us than we dare to speak. Every one of his touches and words promises an adventure in wealth and freedom. Life today is one big retrogressive depression. People no longer go outside. When I was a child, people of all ages would queue up to take a boat ride. Today, no boat sails on the River Cam. They lie covered up on the shore. The sky is gray, sending down a bleak downpour. I grab the car keys and get into the vehicle. The longer I stay in this city and think about my life, the more it feels like it's slipping past me, and I'm tired of standing still or running away. I have to face life. I have to talk to Duncan. He has given me another address. He says he'd be glad to see me and asks if I'm alone. I say yes and sense nothing good. Am I so desperate that I'm going to play along with this? But no matter how much Duncan's stories frighten me, I feel comfortable with him. Since I started attending these meetings, something has changed inside me. My thoughts are wilder. I think about things I've never thought about before. I see the world through the eyes of a child. Everything is interesting and worth discovering. Sometimes it feels like I'm finding out for the second time what ice tastes like, how the scent of a rose unfurls in my nose. Even the smell of rain on the street feels different. The sun has set, and I hate driving at night. I'm night blind and have always been afraid of the dark. It's an old fear from my childhood that I've never been able to overcome. It's a factory building on the edge of the city. Duncan sees me. The headlights cut through the thick front of darkness and rainwater. He's wearing a black coat and offers me space under his umbrella. "I'm glad to see you," he says, putting his arm around me as we move towards the old building. The ground is muddy. My shoes sink into it. Inside it's dry, but the hall looks like it might collapse. It's the perfect place to kill someone and make the body disappear. The ideal space for a crime. I quickly realize that this old factory hall is just a facade, and the real treasure, once again, lies in the basement. Through a floor panel that Duncan opens with a key, we reach access to an underground facility. I follow the twists of cables and hoses. It looks like a high-tech bunker. "We don't have much time. I want you to learn the truth." He folds the umbrella and shakes off the remaining drops. Duncan doesn't look at me, not even when I take his hand. "What truth?" "The people who come to us have to earn our trust. And you have, Sarah. Then they become adepts, and only after a year do we think about making them full members. The problem is, you're not an adept, and we don't have time to prepare you for what's coming." What does he want to prepare me for? What secrets are hidden in this underground complex? He leads me through a maze of corridors. The monotonous hum of machines mixes with the echo of our steps. Duncan opens a gate that leads us into a wing where more of these archaeological artifacts are kept. But the deeper we go into the complex, the more differences I notice. The technology becomes more modern, but the walls take on the appearance of ancient temple ruins. What kind of lunatic builds an underground bunker in the shape of a Roman temple? My nostrils flare as the sharp smell of smoke hits me. It's incense, slowly burning from freshly lit sticks. A huge rose hangs from a banner in the center of the room. In the middle of the space is a star-shaped altar. Life-size candles flicker. I look up at the ceiling and fall to my knees in fear. The underground dome is vast. It's the same paintings as in the first building. Bloody angels descend to earth and awaken the dead, transforming them into their kind. The ceiling mural tells a story of death and decay. The sun is at the heart of it all. It takes up so much space that one might think it is worshipped here as a god. But the angels burn through their touch. The sun is both feared and loved. Marlowe steps in front of the altar. His black coat glides from his figure. In a white linen shirt, he greets me. "Welcome to our society, Sarah. You stand in the favor of the dynasty of the House of Ceridon. You have been invited to shed your mortal shell and become one with his dream. Do not be afraid, my dearest." He stretches out his hand to me, and I have no choice but to obey. Has he hypnotized me? My legs move on their own. Someone else is inside me, guiding my steps. This is our sanctuary, the Atrium Sanguinis. I don't know what an atrium is, but I know this place revolves around blood. "What kind of place is this?" I ask, tears in my eyes. I am so scared. Duncan spreads his arms as though they are a pair of slowly swinging wings. This is the place where the brothers and sisters meet, not the guests. Not even the adepts have access to these sacred chambers. You are the first and the only one allowed to bathe in the aura of this place. What? I gasp, unable to make sense of it all. This has nothing to do with charity anymore. It's an underground temple where cruel creatures are worshipped. By now, I would even believe Duncan and his organization are a cult of satanic vampires. Maybe they drink the blood of children. I've always feared that vampire subculture. Mad people who drink blood and believe they are truly vampires. I silently pray that I am wrong, that Duncan is not one of those people. On the altar lies a dagger, gleaming like obsidian in the candlelight. Does he plan to kill me here? I don't want to be the victim of a ceremonial execution. I just want to tell you that there is no turning back. The plan will not fail, and we tolerate no one who betrays our intentions. Duncan no longer laughs. His face is pale, the face of a cold-hearted killer. Someone who would kill you and feel nothing. Where has the man I found appealing gone? He opens his palm and offers me something. It looks like a syringe. It tastes bitter and I have to burp. Is that the vaccine? It's not a vaccine. We only use that word because everything else would be too complex for the simple world of the profane. But it's a cure. And I want you to take it and recognize the truth. I can do it for you if you're too scared. One prick is all it takes, and you will dive into the true world. No, I don't want this. I need to get out of here. I will never inject something into myself without knowing what it will do to me. I am healthy. I don't need a cure. It is the cure. You're afraid, and that's perfectly fine. I see great potential in you. You are a beautiful and intelligent woman, Sarah. I don't want the sword of the Messiah to kill you. Leave me alone! I scream, searching for an exit, but all the doors are locked. They only open with Duncan's fingerprint. Shit. I'm trapped here. I should never have come here and never have let myself get involved with this man. I pound against the door until the skin of my knuckles splits open and bleeds. I collapse, crying, against it. Duncan remains by the altar, while the incense wraps itself around him like a second skin. I slowly pull myself up, realizing that there is no escape for me. I can only see Duncan vaguely now. The tears blur my vision. He merges with the many candles into a swirling mass. As I wipe away my tears, he suddenly stands before me and offers me his hand. What's really in this syringe? I sob, swallowing the mucus that's gathered in my nose from crying. The cure is my blood. It is my blood that is in this syringe. And I'm supposed to inject your blood? What kind of sick shit is this? Duncan closes his eyes. He lets the syringe disappear into his palm. A deep growl. When he opens his eyes, I don't recognize him anymore. A pale blue light coils around his iris like cold fire. There's another way to bring you to the other side. I want to spare you the painful way. I want you to belong to us, Sarah. You are under my protection and that of my house. But you are testing my patience. If you don't decide, you will die. I know there is no escape. My voice fails me. I can't make a sound. Duncan spreads his arms wide and looks up at the ceiling. The angels came as messengers to earth and gave mankind God's greatest weapon. The old legends are true, Sarah. The blood-born people from the steppes and their transformation into angels are real. You've had strange dreams, haven't you? A wave of fear grips me. My teeth chatter. How does he know about my eerie dreams? Who is Sir Duncan Marlowe, really? It's normal, Sarah. Every one of us had those dreams. And they're not figments of the imagination. They are messages and images from an ancient time. From what was and what will come. I know this because I joined them myself long ago. Whom did you join? My throat aches. Marlowe squints as though he's trying hard to read my lips. We are the superhumans. We are the children of the night and fire. Our Lord is the prophet of blood. We are a great family, connected through all the ages and cultures of the earth. And today, you will join us. He presses the needle into my hand. Dark red blood floats within. Duncan's blood. Why won't you let yourself be vaccinated? I shout at him, the needle aimed at him. I'll shove the damn thing into his arm myself if he doesn't stop with his little show. He raises his hands defensively in front of him. He wants to calm me down. Because I am already like them. I am already blessed. The Saigrani have unlocked the secret of eternal life, and they've spread all over Europe. Each of us carries their blood within us, and this substance only works for those who have their genes. Duncan pulls something from his pants. A flashlight. He grits his teeth in pain as he shines it on his hand. I don't see any light, but Duncan's skin begins to sizzle and form crusts. He pulls his hand away and puts the flashlight back in his pocket. He spreads his fingers, then pulls them together again, showing me the burns on his skin. Anyone who carries the blood of the Saigrani tribe within them is privileged, destined to become like them. Ultraviolet light, the power of the sun. It is the last great power that must be overcome. This can't be. Ultraviolet light burned his skin. I stare at him, transfixed. Duncan plays with the wound, running his thumb over it. He pouts his lips in delight. And by tomorrow, not a single scar will remain from this burn. He steps beside me. Allow me to give you a taste, my dearest. Duncan smiles before he swirls his fist through the air and slams it into the wall above me. I flinch. Dust and small stones fall onto me. Duncan bares his teeth, and I see it again. The glow in his eyes. When he pulls his fist from the wall, a deep hole remains. We are the superhumans, Sarah. We are the new rulers. Soon the entire planet will belong to us. By his grace. What are you? I scream. An angel. That's what I am. He pauses, elegantly placing one hand into the other. Some people, unfortunately, need to be forced into their happiness. I will not allow you to return to the surface. Say goodbye to your old life, Sarah. Duncan growls, his hands spread like claws. The icy blue glow in his eyes distracts me so much that I overlook his mouth. Only now do I see two predator fangs pushing out from his upper lip. You'll thank me later, darling. A whirlwind of pain overwhelms me. Duncan buries his teeth in my neck and presses his hand to my mouth and nose so I can neither breathe nor scream. I claw my nails frantically into the wall before me and watch as it's gently speckled with red. It's my blood, and I feel it flow warm over my skin. Duncan sucks at my throat, sinking his teeth deeper into me. My strength fails me. The bite numbs my senses. Suddenly, nothing hurts anymore. First, my eyes give way. Then my sense of touch follows. And finally, my world is submerged in black silence. Chapter 10. From John's perspective. Wonders. Thanks for the meal, Reverend. You're welcome. Eat. Help yourself. We have plenty. In my house, no one goes hungry. Everyone is treated like family. Margaret, the Reverend's wife, gives me another serving of hot dish. I want to decline, but before I can, it's already steaming on my plate. The others have finished eating and are enjoying a glass of wine. I hesitate before taking a sip. Go ahead and drink. I guarantee it's just regular table wine, not the kind used for communion. The Reverend is right. It's just regular wine. Evelyn lifts her glass and wants to toast with me. It sparkles between our gazes. She's trying hard to hide her smile. Jerry and the Reverend join in. The glasses clink. To you, my friend, Jerry says proudly, for giving us a chance. Thanks, I mutter, trying my best to be as friendly as possible. I don't want to push the hospitality of the most respected man in the community. What exactly was that in the church? Was that man really blind? My throat tightens. I feel like I'm asking the wrong questions, and that I'll regret it if I keep talking. The priest's face tightens. He looks at me, wondering if my question is serious. His features soften, and he smiles fatherly. Tell us, how did the wine in the church affect you? I swallow and recall the strange taste. With it came dizziness and a shift in my senses. It was different. What was in it? It was wine made from the forbidden fruit, the priest answers. Evelyn places her hand on her cheek. The blood of the Messiah. The priest's eyes light up. The wrinkled skin around his eyes suddenly seems tighter, rosier, as though the service has rejuvenated him. The roots of his gray hair look different. Did they get some color? Lawrence was born blind. Since he started coming to our prayers regularly, his vision has improved. He still can't see well, but he can make out colors and shadows, considering he's seen the world in black since birth. Do you believe in miracles, John? I don't know. Evelyn leans forward on both elbows, moving a little closer to me. John, you've seen what faith can do. Didn't you feel like you were carried by all the lights? Like an angel was walking through the room? They scare me. Evelyn is the only one I feel sorry for. She was born into this, and this occult nonsense has been drilled into her head since childhood. I'm afraid my next words will break her heart, and mine too. There are many things that science still can't explain, but aren't miracles just God's works that haven't been explained yet? Isn't science simply the explored part of God? The wine loosens my tongue, and I don't like it. I tell them what they want to hear, that I'm open to faith and believe in something higher. You're right, John. You know, I like you. You're an honest and good-hearted man. Magic and the occult are just God's works, hidden from human eyes or not yet explored. And sometimes it would do us good to ascribe something magical to what's been explored. We'll search for answers together. So, this blind man was really healed? Jerry finishes his wine. Let's wait and see what happens when he sees a woman for the first time, he says. Priest Mackenzie chuckles. What do you really believe, Mr. Allen? He says my last name like I'm an old enemy of his. First he addresses me as John, now suddenly as Mr. Allen, for whatever reason. I believe that everyone deserves a second chance, and that everyone deserves to be heard. Even people who have hurt us, relationships, friendships. The Reverend and his wife purse their lips, grumbling. Jerry and Evelyn nod quietly. No one is free of sin, my son. But with us, and only with us, you'll receive the ultimate absolution. We'll sit with angels and the Messiah at the table in the Garden of Eden and feast on the gifts of this earth. And who is your Messiah? The Anointed One, the Savior of the world, the King of Kings. He will reveal himself to us when the world is ready for his call, which will be soon. It's not too late to join us. I don't know, I whisper, hoping no one heard. A hand. Its fingers play a harp on mine. I look up and see Evelyn smile. Another hand reaches for me. You know me, buddy, Jerry says, leaning back casually. Do you think I gave up everything in Texas to move into the middle of the woods? I only brought my dog and the last of my money. I'm happy here. No one speaks. The Reverend's wife stands silently. Only the fabric of her jacket brushes against the back of her chair. Mrs. Mackenzie clears the table. We sit in silence. Evelyn's fingers rest on my wrist. Mr. Allen. The Reverend's voice creaks. Yes? Is there someone who means a lot to you and who now needs your help? He opens his palms. Someone who's incurably ill? Someone society and medicine have condemned to death? I sigh. The face of my daughter. I see her at home, at her mother's bedside. Tears stain the sheet. I don't know if these images are real. Doesn't matter. They need to leave my head. Yes, there is someone, I answer, and everyone listens intently. The mother of my daughter, she has cancer. The doctors say it's probably over. She doesn't have long. Mackenzie nods, understanding. He clears his throat. I'm sorry to hear that, Mr. Allen. Your daughter's mother? So I take it you're not together? She lives in Germany. When I was about 20, I had a relationship with a German woman. From that relationship, our daughter Anya was born. She's a good woman. We don't have problems. And you want to save this woman? She's the mother of my daughter, and I once loved her. She's not a stranger. So, yes, of course I would save her. What would you be willing to sacrifice for that? I look at the priest. Where's all this questioning going? What does he have in mind? Everything I have. I just don't want my Anya to lose her mother, especially since her father is stuck in the States and sees her way too little. No one dares to speak as long as the Reverend is breathing audibly. Bring your ex-wife here immediately, and your daughter too. We'll help them. It feels like a punch to my stomach. Is he serious? How does he plan to do that? That's not necessary, Father. An old creak from his bones. I'd guess Father Mackenzie is around 90, not long from 100. He raises his voice before a raspy gurgle. I can pass around a donation basket at the next service. We'll finance a flight to the States. That's not necessary, Reverend. Please. I appreciate your help, but I can't ask that of you. Besides, she would never agree to it. We're just making you an offer. It costs us nothing to be kind. That's out of the question. Vanessa is dying and Anya is in college. They just want to convert them to their cult. Later, they'll drug them. I still want to know who or what they worship here. And what the hell was in that communion wine? Excuse me, please. I stand up and pull away from Evelyn's touch. Jerry rises with me. I throw my denim jacket on. You're leaving, Mr. Allen? The Reverend asks. I can see the lower row of his teeth, which had been hiding behind his wrinkled lip the whole time. I press 2 fingers to my temple and massage the spot. I think the communion wine didn't sit well with me. I'd like to rest. I'll go with you. He's staying at my place, Jerry says. Take good care of our guest. I will, sir. Margaret Mackenzie returns to the dining room. Mackenzie gives her a thoughtful look. Tomorrow evening, I'll meet the other guests. The Reverend breaks his gaze from his wife and looks at me. Tomorrow evening, we're having a barbecue. In the fall? Why not? We'll slaughter a pig for the occasion. Our fasting period begins soon. You're warmly invited, Mr. Allen. I don't want to turn down the Reverend's invitation. Good night, Mr. Allen. We stand at the threshold. The cold night air beckons me outside. I need to stretch my legs and clear my head. Evelyn gives me a sad look. Then she stares at the table, transfixed, like a submissive schoolgirl. Poor woman. If I leave here, I'll take her with me. No one deserves to grow up with people like these. They practically have her captive. Good night, Reverend. Chapter 11, from Anya's perspective. Seduction. The pulse I feel all the way to my fingertips is driving me crazy. I'm seriously considering whether to delete their numbers or keep them. I want nothing to do with the group. Actually, I should probably call the police and report everything I've seen. Raphael and Nicole tried to poison us, and they wanted to kill me too. I Googled it, but I couldn't find anything about Noctis Lab. There's nothing about it anywhere online. I think about Teresa, how she had to vomit and collapsed in front of me. All because of some dangerous game, the meaning of which I still don't fully understand. This has nothing to do with vampires anymore. I want answers. Even though I want nothing more to do with this group, I demand an explanation. I look out over Heidelberg. The sun has set. Rain is pounding against the window. I open it and let the cold breeze mess up my hair. I feel icy drops on my cheeks. A storm is coming. The doorbell rings. No one was expected. Who could it be? When I peek out of the room, my mother is already standing at the open door. "You're here for Anya, right?" I hear her say, surprised. Two heads peek around her into the hallway, Raphael and Nicole. My heart stops. I touch my throat. My mother doesn't look good. Her face is sunken. She struggles to walk through the apartment. She's almost just skin and bones now. She's wearing a hat. "We're her friends and we'd like to talk to her. Can we come in?" "Mama," I call. She turns around. "They want to talk to you." "Mrs. Wolf, right?" Nicole takes her hand and smiles. "Nicole." "Raphael." Raphael looks at me. He smiles as if he's in love with me. "Hi, Anya. Can we come in? I know it's late and you probably need some time to process everything, but we don't have much time." "Exactly. Please let us talk." Nicole pouts. My mother goes back into the living room. She was planning to order pizza, but it looks like my two friends have other plans for me. "I'm sorry," Raphael says, looking at the doorframe with concern. "What are you sorry for? For disturbing me with your last stunt and then just showing up like nothing happened? Like you're here to pick me up for a movie and McDonald's?" "That your mother is sick," Nicole whispers sadly, running a hand through her hair. "I don't need pity. From anyone. I'm tired of it." "You're right. Pity hasn't helped anyone." Raphael clears his throat. "Please, Anya. We just want to come in for a minute and talk." I look at them. They seem serious and look so sad. They can't be that good at acting. Damn, it feels like a curse. They have this way about them that makes you trust them instantly. I sigh and nod toward the hallway. "All right, come in." A smile crosses their faces. They thank me and carefully take off their shoes. We sit in the kitchen, and I offer them something to drink. "Just water for us," says Raphael. I bring them their drinks and sit down with them. I look at them expectantly. "So, you wanted to talk? What's with Raphael's wound? He's not wearing a bandage anymore. I don't see any trace of the cut. Maybe it was just a trick. Part of the game?" "What you saw is usually only shown to players with at least a year of experience," Nicole says with regret. Raphael continues. "We don't have time to explain everything in detail, but I'll do my best. Our game is more than just a game." I saw that. "Listen to me, Anya." He's irritated, but pulls himself together. "This isn't fun. It's of the utmost importance that you know the truth. As the group, we've been playing with other groups for years. We are globally connected. We have contacts in city councils, politics, and business. Without our generous donors, none of this would be possible. One of your donors is Noctis Lab, right? Why can't I find anything about this organization online?" A shadow darkens their faces. Bingo. Gotcha. Something's fishy. "And why do I not see a bandage? Did you cut your hand or not?" What was in that chalice and what was in the syringes? You ask a lot of questions, Anya, and that's good. Raphael folds his hands. He collects himself as though it's hard for him to talk to me about this. We're an international organization. Our goal is to create a new kind of person, one who will make the Earth a better place. Are you trying to stop climate change or fight world hunger? Nicole furrows her brow. I hear the sarcasm in your voice. You can't stand us anymore and think we're just a bunch of underachieving freaks, escapees begging to be hated even more. Is that it? Raphael continues. Giving nature space and protecting the environment is one of the 1,000 goals we have on our agenda. But it's not the only one. That would be as silly as starting an animal rights party. Shouldn't animal and environmental protection be part of every political party's platform? But honestly, who still seriously believes in political parties? Eventually, you have to grow up and realize that this system has to die, that everything here is an illusion that is real enough to stink so badly that it knocks my shoes off. We exist to truly transform the world into a better place. We're already over 100 million members, Nicole announces excitedly. I can't help but laugh. This can't be serious. 100 million members? That's more than Germany's entire population. Why have I never heard of you before? Because we don't look for newcomers. We find them. And we've found you, dear Anya. You have potential for great things. You're smart, you're interested, but you're afraid, and that's understandable. We were too, weren't we, Raphael? He nods. His dark eyes seem to look right into my soul. I shake off the thought. As silly as it sounds, I feel like he might be able to read my mind, even if it's just fragments. Have you already started your own political parties or actually done something for a charitable cause? I ask. If they have such a massive network, there must be a lot of money behind it. Nicole glances slyly like a cunning lizard at the door leading to the living room. We are leading the way in curing cancer. Then you should go public and stop talking about it. Parties. Raphael laughs crudely and scratches his temple. Parties are a show. Puppets. Oh my God, my neighbor said at the barbecue and beer that this party wants to poison my kids. But I won't let anyone force an ideology on me. Oh my God. My TV said that if I vote for this party, I'll be a Nazi. And my TV doesn't like Nazis and conspiracy theorists. Oh, but if this party comes to power, I'll emigrate. And in the end, they all stay here and shut the hell up. Raphael raises his hands and imitates people in a high-pitched, exaggerated voice. Look at all the faces on the posters. What's even written on them? Empty slogans and hollow phrases. Talk about prosperity. Prosperity for all. Europe, dare to try. For a safe Europe. Lower rents. Deport criminal foreigners. For a Germany we want to live in. Boomer crap. Boomer crap aimed at the peasants. The boomers are old and want the youth to keep their mouths shut, so they can die in peace and still consume until they jump into the coffin. They want to hold on to their prosperity. But the days of prosperity are over. The fat years are over. And it's awesome. Inflation is higher than ever, and the new generation can barely keep the crap running. But they're only polishing the silverware on the Titanic. His rambling pisses me off. I know how the world works. Did he come here to fill me with political nonsense? And what are you doing if you're so great? Raphael leans back. Nicole places her hand under her chin with a smirk. We're sinking the ship. We are the iceberg. You want to fight against the existing order? I ask. Of course, Nicole confirms proudly. Who wouldn't want to? States are the natural enemy of freedom. As soon as a state becomes life-denying, it must be destroyed. This capitalist system is the perfect proof. It's just barely keeping itself afloat. but it's not creating anything anymore. At the same time, it suppresses life and its free development. But this system desperately clings to life support machines. But they're not real. They're just words and ideas. Once the people realize their power, the charade is over, and the state will show its true face. Then it will strike out. And then you must strike back. Raphael finishes his water. In other countries, people are a bit more honest. But what I hate most about Germany is this bureaucratic moral babble about freedom of speech, rights, maybe this and maybe that, and so on. Funny, isn't it? Almost everyone is an atheist, but every discussion revolves around who Jesus would like most. Isn't that right? But that has nothing to do with Jesus. Morality transcends all religions. Whether you're a good person or not has nothing to do with religion. Look at the people and listen to them. Everyone has this dualistic Christian nonsense that the sons of Abraham gave us. We want to sit down and really deal with the important topics of life. And those would be? Not dividing people into good and evil, but into life-affirming and life-denying. We don't think in terms of good and evil. We think in terms of good and bad. But if there were no more morality, we would all be tearing each other's throats out. That's no way for a society to function. The two of them look at each other as if my words are those of a naive child. Forget about political extremists. A person who is willing to use violence and kill for their cause is already closer to the natural order than a cuck who talks about morality and democracy. But still, most extremists are freaks who can't channel their aggression properly. Nicole sounds disturbingly convinced. I didn't expect this from her. No one has the right to kill others, I snarl, feeling my anger rise. Their words are hurtful. So much hate has built up in them. When will it break out? When will the fake bloodlust become real? Rights were only invented and eventually written down. Fists and teeth were born with us. They've always been there. The natural state of nature is struggle and death. And once you understand that, it frees you. Believe me. Raphael places his hand on mine. I pull it back. I don't want him touching me. The left-wing extremists at least are honest, he says, grinding his teeth. They say that Nazis should be hunted and killed, because they're the enemy. The right-wingers still present themselves as victims and put stickers with 0% racism, 100% identity all over the street lamps, because they think they need to convince others that they're not the bad guys. Then the left will surely stop hating us. But you can't talk to anyone who wants to kill you. But I didn't want to talk politics with you. We're going too deep into the rabbit hole. We actually wanted to encourage you to come to us tomorrow. No, guys, not interested. Your talk is giving me a headache. It's too much hate. You sound like Nazis yourselves. Nicole rolls her eyes. You're putting us into a duality. We are neither one nor the other. Every side has a power within it that can be used. But in the end, most people are just lost souls. We need to overcome politics. We are something entirely our own, something that can't be put into words, and definitely not into parties. It's time to wake up, Anya. Our words may sound harsh and hurtful, but we only want what's best for you, because we want to be your friends. You may see it differently now, but we don't want to lose you. You mean your cult doesn't want to lose a member? We don't want to lose a good person, Raphael says angrily, his fist pounding on the table. Nicole and I are impressed by you, because you are, after all, a good person. He leans back and says the next words carefully. And you should learn the truth. The doorbell rings. Please, no more visitors. Did you invite more people? Sorry, but I'd like to end this house party. Nicole and Raphael exchange a look. No, we didn't. No idea who that is. What happened to the others when they shot up that stuff? I saw Teresa puke. If you tried to poison us, I'll have the police on your asses and throats. Anything that goes for the throat is good and right, Nicole laughs. I'm not in the mood for vampire jokes. Seriously, I murmur. The door opens and my mom comes in with 2 boxes. Oh right, the pizza. I wasn't sure if you were staying longer, but I ordered a family pizza for you in case you're hungry. Raphael rubs his hands together and looks at my mom gratefully. Thank you, Mrs. Wolf, for thinking of us. We weren't planning to stay this long, but now we've changed our minds. He laughs. It's the same laugh that made him seem so charming at first. I almost had a crush on this smooth talker, but only almost. I'm tired. I want to go to bed now, I say, annoyed, and stand up. Anya. My mom scolds me with a stern look. Her eyes are saying that I should sit down again and entertain our guests. Nicole grabs a steaming piece of salami pizza. My mom sets a Coke on the table. Nicole takes a bite. Thanks, Mrs. Wolf. Really nice. Raphael shoots her a warning glance. After a moment of staring, he gives in. I'm not really in the mood for food. But don't overeat again, Nicole. I look at Raphael. Chill, she's only had 1 piece. Just a well-meaning advice. You really like bossing people around, don't you? That's in your blood, huh? You have no idea what's hidden in the blood, Anya. I don't want to say it again. I want to be your friend, but I can't force it. He nudges Nicole on the shoulder, and she holds her burnt lip. I'll wait outside for you. I don't want to sit through this play anymore. Raphael stands up. He stops at the doorframe. Goodbye, Anya. Ciao, I say coldly, but he's already left the house. Nicole has her mouth full and holds her hand in front of it as she chews. So if I should leave, just be honest. I drop my head onto my elbow. Go ahead, eat. I just don't want to get worked up anymore. I pour us both some Coke. Nicole takes another piece. She nods toward the small pizza box in front of me. Don't you want any of your pizza? No, I've lost my appetite. Can I try a bite? You won't like it, it's vegan. Nicole grunts in acknowledgement. Her eyes widen. I think that's great, honestly. I've lived vegan before too. Now I eat whatever, but I think it's awesome that you do it. The world is in such a bad state because people need to eat animals. What it costs in resources. Water and farmland. Rainforests are being cut down. For meat and industry. But also because everyone wants cell phones and cars. I'm for having super cities where everything is reachable by foot or bike, and that cars, planes, and even meat consumption should only be allowed for a small group of people. So, the elite. And the regular people should eat bugs or soy and have to bike, right? I think you have a wrong impression of me. I'm not one of those do-gooder vegans, the ones who hold up signs and try to convert everyone. I do it for myself because it feels right to me. I rarely make exceptions for vegetarian things, but please don't picture me as some kind of cliché vegan. I'm not like that. Nicole waves her hand, still chewing. I didn't say anything. Like I said, I think it's cool. We take too much from what the world offers. We exploit Mother Nature too much. Nicole touches my hand. Look at me, Anya. Everyone is fine. Teresa, Laura, Julius, and all the others. Nothing happened to anyone. She strokes my wrist. I feel hot. I can't look away from her eyes. Are they sparkling? She shakes her wavy dark hair. You're nervous. I understand. Take a deep breath. Okay, I say, not wanting to close my eyes. A deep breath. And slowly breathe out through your mouth. We do this a few times. Nicole's hand finds my wrist. She strokes my arm. I can't stop looking into her eyes. The air around us smells sweet. My heartbeat starts to calm down. What smells so good here? Is it Nicole's body scent? Like dew on a rose. Show me your room. I'd really like to see it, she whispers. Okay. We leave everything where it is. I lead her to my room and raise my arms. It's a bit messy, but yeah, this is where I live. I prefer the minimalist style. I'm not quite there yet. Someone once told me, everything you own will eventually own you. A simple wooden bed, 2 bookshelves filled with cheesy romantic fantasy novels, and a TV. You've got a nice place here. I laugh. When I have the money after graduation, I'll look for my own apartment. Nicole turns around and takes everything in with her interested gaze. My eyes are elsewhere, on her hip, on her butt. I feel hot, and my pulse races again like crazy. I hold my head. Are you staying in Heidelberg or do you want to move somewhere else? No idea. Maybe Mannheim. She takes my hand, and we sit down on my bed. I have a lump in my throat from excitement. Nicole looks up at the ceiling as if it were a hopeful starry sky. Do you sometimes get scared about the future? Like you think the world keeps spinning but you won't? Yeah, I sigh. The world is moving so fast. Oh man, I sound like I'm already having a quarter-life crisis. I swing my hand in the air. Hey, I've still got 5 years for this nonsense. Nicole laughs. She plays with her hair, a glance at her neck, down to the base of her breasts. I can see the bra under her black top. I don't feel right. Foreign thoughts and fantasies rush through me. Things I've never thought about. I feel attracted to Nicole, want to undress her, have sex with her. I want to kiss her right here, right now. But I'm not interested in women. This is all coming at me like a hammer. I had planned to sit on this bed with Raphael one day, let him undress me, not with his equally crazy assistant. She points to the yoga mat and the ab trainers, 2 yellow plastic dumbbells beside them. Do you work out? Yes, sometimes I go to the gym or do a few exercises here at home. I can see that. Nicole purses her lips appreciatively. She puts one arm around me, pulls me close to her, and I have butterflies in my stomach. Thank you, I whisper, my arms drawn up. I'm afraid to take the next step. You have a great figure. Trust me, guys like round butts and good thighs. And you have that, Anya. She whispers in my ear. And it's not just guys who like girls like you. Damn it, Nicole. What are you doing to me? I hear my mother coughing in the living room. It's getting worse and worse every day. I'm afraid that at some point she won't be able to get out of bed anymore. She has now also caught the flu. Her body can't take much more. The cancer is eating her up. Her immune system is shot. I tremble with fear every time she coughs. I put my hands over my face. My eyes water and the first tears flow. Nicole rubs my shoulder. Why are you crying now? Did I say something wrong? I'm afraid for my mom. The doctors say she doesn't have long. Not even you can help her, even if you might think so. My dad is in the US, and I don't know what I'll do when my mom is gone. Come here, sweetheart. Let me give you a hug. I cry into Nicole's shoulder. She wraps her arms around me tighter. I breathe in the scent of her hair, and I get that tingly feeling in my stomach again. As the tears subside, I feel her warm lips on my neck. She caresses my skin with breathy kisses, then a tender bite. I let out a moan. Nicole takes this as a signal to cup my head in both hands and look deep into my eyes. We kiss. Our tongues intertwine, and I let myself go. She takes off my hoodie and throws it off the bed. Her lips work their way down from my larynx to my breasts. I rub her back and surrender to pleasure. I breathe in her scent and wrap my legs around her. She straightens up and undresses in front of me until she is only sitting on me in a bra. A moment later, it falls too. I don't have time to admire her breasts because she pounces on me again and takes off the rest of my clothes. While she kisses me hungrily, she takes on my leggings. We moan together. I love the way her hair falls on my face. Her hand moves between my legs. She caresses the inside of my thighs. Her fingers disappear into my panties. My body rears up and I clench my teeth. My hips move rhythmically towards her. I have lost all sense of time. I just realize that I am about to have sex with a woman. I open my eyes wide and push her off me by the shoulders. "Stop, stop," I scream. "We have to stop. No, stop." Nicole rolls onto her side and I jump out of bed. We are both naked except for our socks. I grab my hoodie off the floor and hold it in front of me to cover my breasts and vagina. "Anya," Nicole whines. "Everything can happen. Nothing has to." Nothing happened, did it? Or did I hurt you? She sits up straight in bed. I bite my lip and shake my head. "No, you didn't. It's just..." I look at her directly. My fingers dig into the fabric. "I'm just not into women. Okay? I'm not a lesbian and I'm not bi. I like men." Nicole sighs and looks at the floor. "Okay. I didn't know. Could have been, though. I don't usually throw myself at girls, you know." "Shit," I hiss, a hand to my forehead. I rub my nose. "I have no idea what came over me. Not a word to anyone. Yes?" I won't say anything. I hear her whimper. Nicole gathers her things together and gets dressed again. "Fuck, really? What did you imagine? How would it have continued? What were you thinking?" "I don't know." Nicole is on the verge of crying. She presses her hands to her face. We're silent. I can't look at her anymore. Please just let her finish and leave me alone as soon as possible. Isn't Raphael waiting for her outside? And she can forget about me going to her stupid vampire game again. Now I have a really bad conscience. That I've ruined our friendship. First the ritual, our talk of politics, and now I wanted to seduce you. Anya, please, you have to forgive me. I don't know what's wrong with me either. Then get help. But I can't help you. I'm taking antidepressants myself because otherwise I can't get out of bed anymore. I think it's better if you leave now. Nicole chokes. With her hand over her mouth, she storms past me into the bathroom. I follow her. She throws up several times. "Do you need help?" "I'll be fine. It's fine. It's fine. I just have a slight food intolerance." The next gush. "From the pizza?" "Mm-hmm." Next load. I feel like throwing up too. I get dressed. She holds onto the toilet seat, trembling. Her knees are wobbling. With her arm in front of her mouth, she throws cold water in her face, a growl from the stomach area. "I'm leaving now." She chuckles and coughs. "Sorry about everything." "It's okay." She grabs her jacket and leaves. I see her strolling down the street with Raphael. He gestures and scolds her, but I can't understand her. "Has your visitor left already?" I heard someone throwing up. My mother is standing behind me in the hallway. I roll my eyes. "Yes, Mama. Nicole isn't feeling well. She felt sick. They hardly ate any of the pizza. Where are you going?" "I'm going to bed now. I need my rest." I flop down on the bed. Shit, I almost did it. Slept with Nicole. Now I think of her, recall the taste of her lips and the way she touched me, and I have no sexual desire for her, like being switched on and off at the flick of a switch. Just weird. I close the windows because it's raining again. A noise wakes me up in the night. I tiptoe to my mother's bed and hear her breathing softly. Sometimes I lie down next to her at night so that she's not alone. I feel like I have to absorb as much of her warmth as I can while she's still with me. before she leaves me forever. The window is open. Blood is stuck to her mouth. I call the ambulance. No matter how much I shake her, she doesn't wake up. But she's alive. She has twitches in her face, as if she is haunted by a bad dream. She is breathing. Her heart is beating. She is not dead. She will not die. But where does the blood on her mouth come from? As the light from the ambulance shines through the open window, I run to the door. My mother is unresponsive. They take her away. I am alone at home, staring at the front door, not knowing if my mother will ever return to me through it. Chapter 12, from Sarah's perspective. The teachings of the superhuman. Awake, my child, and rise from your slumber. Bathe in the glory that is your birthright. My voice and song will guide you. Know that I am the thirst, the eternal will of our kind. From now on, you will long for the warmth of life. You will absorb it. Do not be afraid, for I will make wings grow for you. Do not fear our enemies. Have I not given you all the power to crush them? Who speaks to me? Which voice lets me see these images that are revealing themselves to me? I float above ancient forests and mountainous landscapes. I see the world from the perspective of a bird. Sometimes I feel like a ghost, observing the world from the outside and no longer interacting with it. When does this dream end? Where am I? So many eyes and teeth. Blood splashes against the walls. I sink into it. When I wake, I find myself disoriented in a strange room. My heart is pounding wildly. My gums are swollen, and it feels terribly hot around my eyes. The first breath of air releases a tingling on my skin. It runs into me and pulls through my muscles and organs. I feel more alive than ever, even though I'm too tired to get up. Someone holds my hand. The touch strikes like lightning. My reflexes are faster. My senses sharpen everything. Duncan Marlowe sits by the bed. His eyes shine bright blue as he strokes my hand. Where am I? What have you done to me? I saved you, Sarah. Saved you before it was too late for you. He looks at me lovingly. Where have the teeth gone? The only thing I remember is that underground temple and how Duncan bit my neck. Your body is weak from the transformation. It needs a moment. Give yourself time. Time will now be our least problem. Duncan looks at me as if I have survived a life-threatening illness or a daring operation. I want to know where everyone else is. My parents and Judith. Where are they? Sarah, you look beautiful. How long have I been asleep? I ask, exhausted. 3 days. I made sure to watch over you. I can't tell you how much I enjoy the sight of your open eyes. By the way, they shine, just like mine. It is the fire of creation. Our hearts now beat in the same rhythm. We place our palms together. He is right. Our pulses unite into a shared beat. I can hear the heartbeat in my hand as if someone is holding a drum to my ear. What happened to me? I ask. A growl rises from my stomach. Suddenly my mouth feels so dry and I am in pain. You're hungry. Your body craves sustenance. Listen to your feelings. What does your body tell you? Duncan whispers. I listen inwardly. My tongue runs over the inside of my mouth. I'm just hungry and thirsty. I could drink a whole bucket. You will get something to eat. I will guide you through your first hunger. It will be something very special. Duncan sits up straighter and tightens his black shirt. The light is dimmed. It is a wooden room with LEDs. I could swear I still smell the resin and earth from the tree that grew before it was felled. Duncan smells good, even more intense and better than before. But it's not just him. There were other people in the room. I can tell by the scent who was here. I can even smell Judith somewhere. I smell my parents. You are safe now, but we are not granted rest. The world needs us. That is why I transformed you. I wanted you to rule the earth with us and see how beautiful life can be. I saw in your eyes that you have great pain and emptiness within you. Give me your hand, and we will free the whole world. He transformed me, but into what? Am I immortal? Now? But that can't be true. There are no monsters. They can't physically exist. They are only fairy tales and legends. Are we the superhumans now? I ask, and my muscles begin to glow pleasantly. Duncan nods. We need the Overman, Sarah. If the Overman does not come to Earth, we will remain a mindless mass of rats for eternity, without free will, without a higher will, more accurately. Without the Overman, we are nothing but talking animals. And even animals are more divine than we are, because they are pure. They do what they want. They fuck. They kill. They have no morals. That makes them beautiful. Mankind is more ape than any ape. And the ape is more human than any human. His expression is dead serious. He speaks as if a heavy stone lies on his soul. My touch loosens him up so he can breathe again. But who is this Overman supposed to be? How will we recognize him? What must I do to become an Overman? I ask. We have already become more. Now it is up to us to make the best of the gift. Modern society will no longer exist. Our world will be reborn through us. I don't understand. Modern society. What should we do with it? I grunt, exhausted. Duncan looks at me. A frown creases his brow. What has modern society brought us? Has it led us to the stars and allowed us to ripen into beauty? Modern society has made us drink rapeseed oil, separated us from our intuition, and shoved plastic into our testicles. I have to laugh. Is he serious? You laugh. I don't find that funny. That was no joke. Every man has microplastics in his testicles. Everyone complains about pollution. But no one knows that plastic affects our hormones. I don't want to overwhelm you again. You'll learn everything from me. Everything you need to know about humanity. He really means it. I try to get up. I can't. I'm too weak. A new wave of feelings overwhelms me, and it feels as if I am floating. So we live in an illusion of poison, I whisper. And you have awakened from the illusion, as many of us have. You will see that everything is a lie. That poison lurks everywhere, and nothing is as it seems. Do you miss your old life as a human? Let me tell you what it means to be human. The human is filth, and lives in filth. Tell me who poisoned me. What filth are you talking about? Many people are part of a disgusting conspiracy against life itself. Your laundry detergent contains substances that alter your hormones. Your shower gel contains substances that cause cancer and mess with your hormones. Even the pill you women take to avoid pregnancy fucks with your hormonal balance. The food makes you sick. The skin cream you use every day causes cancer and destroys your hormonal balance. I know this. I've developed such products myself. Any smart person knows this. But if it's poisonous, why are they selling it to people? That's how only a slave thinks, Sarah. Are you a slave? Do you really want to be? Because modern society is sick. Now you belong to the winners. But the greatest victory still needs to be fought for. That's why I transformed you, because we are in the middle of a war. Duncan has given me so much. The marks on my neck are almost healed. All the colors sing and dance. Even the air feels different. But something has to be done about this. You can't poison people and make money off it with a clear conscience. You know people. You have contacts in politics and business. Are you really a friend of humanity? I couldn't just watch as the ignorant are made sick. Duncan snorts. No, they don't care. Honestly, I'd do it too. Make my products extra toxic. If I make money off it and a few apes die in the process, it's fine. They buy it willingly. The internet exists. You can read what's in it. No one forces them to buy their toxic shampoos, detergents, and food. People buy it anyway, get sick, and die. Deservedly so. What more can you do? How do you save someone who thinks like that? Terrible. Yes, terrible. Helping the normie is like throwing a lifeline into the water. But the normie would rather drown because the water tastes good. We are more than that now. The world will belong to us, and you will be by my side, enjoying the fruits of our labor. We are only doing what needs to be done. The Great War and the developments coming our way cannot be stopped by anything or anyone. Now get up, Sarah. Take my hand. I know you can do it. And I take it. The new body feels fascinating. I can feel the slightest vibrations in the ground beneath me. The walls tell their own story. Sounds and smells merge into an image that forms into colors in my mind. Am I now what Duncan calls the Overman? He spoke of a great war that will wipe out humanity and leave only the chosen ones. I live only by his grace. We are in a mansion in the Scottish Highlands, where no one can find us. Duncan made sure that we and the leadership of Caradon are far from the cities. What is this Caradon dynasty? Are they people from his organization, or does Duncan have higher employers who give him orders? He gave me a red dress, which clings to my body like a second skin and perfectly accentuates my femininity. You say my whole life was a lie, but what gives us the right to punish the world? Who are we really, and what are your true goals, Duncan? I want us to be honest with each other. We continue walking. Duncan leads me to a balcony where a clear night sky greets us. We bathe in the light of the stars. I'm so overwhelmed by this cosmic beauty that I almost fall into Duncan's chest. I can no longer support myself because the splendor of the night sky overwhelms me. I can see the arms of the Milky Way. Millions of stars shine in the sky. Their light sings in a language of its own that no being can decipher but can feel. It is the eternal truth, an unwritten law. It's beautiful, I whisper, burying my head in Duncan's chest. He runs his hand through my hair and holds me tight. My mind is spinning. I don't know what's real and what's not. I am breathless. Duncan holds me tight and points to the stars. Everything you see before you is true. Enjoy the night and listen to the sound of creation. It speaks through the winds, through our breath and heartbeat, down into the deep earth where the trees take root. It's like I can hear the melody that God had in his memory as he created the universe. Duncan smirks. Your image of God will change. Trust me. Our faith is different from that of humans. Forget everything you thought you knew about the human world. You spoke of a great war. What kind of war is that? It's the conquest of the night. Our kind is the new humanity. We are the next step in evolution, and we must dethrone the old humanity. It sounds like we are mutants rising against humanity. Basically, yes, mutants, angels of death, overmen. I don't care what we're called. All that matters to me is the victory of the night. Big political upheavals are coming our way. The weapons will speak. It's good that we're safe here. He's talking about an actual war, one fought with weapons. I thought it was all supposed to be symbolic. Is it about politics? I ask Duncan. He puts his hands in his pockets and shakes his head with a laugh as we go back inside. We settle in front of a fireplace. There's no one else here. I don't care much for politics, at least not when it comes to humans. We are now the children of a new race. Are we still human? Yes, Sarah, but no longer Homo sapiens. We are Homo noctis, and soon will be Lamia superior. I look at my hands, then into Duncan's eyes, which are sparkling at me. Oh my God. Everything is so sharp. Everything is clear to see. Still, I feel as though everything is wavering, alive, as if I could walk through matter and dissolve myself. Look at Europe. Look at America. Look at the West in general. When was the last time we invented anything meaningful? Since the 1980s. Tell me. I don't hesitate for long. There have been many inventions, 3D printers, for example, or smartphones, or artificial intelligence. The first 3D printers were already in Japan before, so were phones. They just became thinner and less comprehensible. I'm talking about real inventions that moved humanity forward, a light bulb or the airplane. Why haven't we colonized the moon yet? Do you know why there are no new inventions? I shake my head. Duncan is not wrong. There have been hardly any groundbreaking inventions. But aren't improvements something to be grateful for? Because our countries are nothing but retirement homes for boomers, run by boomers who still want to enjoy their well-earned pensions and wealth. Europe is one big retirement home. No wonder there are no new developments. The young are confused and are told by the old to keep their feet still. And now, they sit crying in the retirement home with their 10th stroke, whining that there's no one who wants to work for their pension. That's the state of our society. It has to end. And with a holy massacre. And Duncan enjoys the reputation of a philanthropist. It turns out to be a massive lie. He despises modern society and its people. He's ready to kill or let innocents die. Now I'm deep in his world, but it feels so heavenly. I love my new body and would rather die than go back to being the old Sarah. Besides, I'm beginning to develop feelings for this man. No matter what he says, I listen to him. And again, I get goosebumps. His words hurt, but a part of me understands them and says they are right. I no longer recognize myself. Man is in our way. A new world is impossible without war. Homo sapiens constantly gets cancer, diabetes, heart problems, and so on. But they just don't drop dead. They die too slowly and too rarely. People are tougher than cockroaches. Modern medicine has stopped natural selection. We need to help it along. I can't believe what he's telling me. I've never looked at the world this way before. I know there are evil people out there, and Duncan sounds like one of them. It's a horrible feeling. My body and my mind are completely different. Everything Duncan says is taken in by me without filter. I despise boomers. They are the most disgusting generation to ever walk the earth. They grew up in a time of economic boom and the threat of nuclear war with the Warsaw Pact. What do you do when the economy is booming, but you think you could die any day? Make sure to enjoy life while you can, right? Duncan snaps his fingers. Exactly. You consume while you can, eat out nicely. Boomers think enjoyment and consumption are self-evident and God-given. I've seen it myself. They held their own children back. Boomers are the first generation in human history to be jealous of their children and want to hold them back. The child shouldn't study or have big plans and dreams because they themselves never lived them. I cross my arms. But not all of them were like that. Not all, but too many. Now they're whining that no one wants to work and pay for their supervised dying. What have they left us? They've let everything go to ruin. But no matter how broken the generations born after 2000 are, something's stirring. We're seeing it with the younger ones. Humanity is splitting. In what way? Does it mean something good or something bad? Humanity is splitting into two parts. One group will get so sick and mentally ill that they'll self-destruct. The other group will rediscover the old gods and will simply have no interest in anything weak and crappy. They want to create a new world. Young men don't want to sit in school. They want to pick up the sword again and break the old world. And we must convince them to join us before they become our enemies. We must ride the wave, not let it wash us away. The fire in the hearth crackles to his words. My stomach growls, and the hunger pangs become unbearable. Duncan takes my hand. You think I sound like a monster? That's all right. I've taken on the role of the monster. Do you know what you need? There's only one thing that can satisfy your burning hunger. I swallow and hesitate to give an answer because I can't even bring myself to say it. My mind has changed. Despite my enhanced senses and hypersensitivity, I feel everything from a logical distance. Come, my dearest. Come and look at the world with me, like you've never looked at it before. It's time to test your new abilities. I will initiate you into the teachings of the prophet and teach you our morals. But for now, we need to satisfy your hunger. Duncan undoes the clasps around my neck, letting my dress slide from my shoulders. He kisses my temple and neck like a thirsty lover, while I, mesmerized, stare at the center of the hall. A man is chained to a pole. He raises his head when he sees me. They must have beaten him. His lip is crusted and both eyes are swollen. Who is that? I ask Duncan. I don't feel comfortable being here in just my underwear. Sand crunches between my toes. Go to him and find out. He'll probably only be able to whisper. You need to get close to figure out who he is. A subtle push. I stumble toward the prisoner. He's terrified and jerks. The poor man cries out for help. I must look absolutely terrifying for him to be so afraid of me. I'm not a bad person. I'm not a bad woman. What is he so afraid of? Please, I just want to go home, he gurgles. When he speaks, his cracked lips split open and start bleeding. What did they do to you? Who? My words are cut off. My body responds on its own and I lose control. I flare my nostrils. What is that beautiful sound? It pulses and throbs. It calls to me. Images force themselves into my mind. I see things like a fairy tale. The sound promises me a world of paradise where milk and honey flow. It's coming from his chest. The sound is loudest from his neck. His skin is glowing pink, and the sound intensifies. I can see through his skin. Oh my God, I can see the veins. I can see and hear the carotid artery. And I can smell it, his blood. I've been wondering this whole time what smells so intoxicatingly delicious. My mouth waters. My saliva grows warm and nearly spills over my lips. Why is my gums itching so badly all of a sudden? I swallow the immense flow of saliva and open my mouth to touch my teeth. The whimpering man stares at my teeth in fear and screams. I feel my fangs growing throughout my body. They push out of my gums, forming sharp, needle-like ends. It's all real. Oh God, I whisper, trembling as I touch my lip. What's happening to me? What's wrong with me? I turn to Duncan. Tears well up in my eyes. The man, the one I owe my new self to, leans on a cane and points it at the prisoner. He wants me to continue. Please don't hurt me, the man whines, snot running from his nose. It's one long, pitiful grimace that annoys me. I've had enough of his fear, and I'm going to take it from him. I curse my thoughts. They aren't mine. It's like that dream I had. The thirst speaks to me. I close my eyes, wanting to banish the demons tearing through my mind. A crashing wave of sweet nectar floods my throat. I have images in my mind that bring me warmth and safety. I feast on delicious fruits and hold my head in a river of milk and honey. I want to take it all in. Who knows how long I'll be allowed to stay in this paradise? Then a scream erupts. The heavenly gardens fade, and I feel the sand of the arena between my toes again, and the hot life juice drips onto them. When I open my eyes again, I'm at the man's throat, sinking my teeth deep into the flesh. For a second, I feel the last flicker of my humanity. It's shock and disgust. I can't do this, thinks human Sarah. But the new Sarah doesn't think anymore. She just knows. And she knows it has to be done. The man no longer breathes. He's dead. I've killed him, simply drained him dry, leaving an empty shell behind. No soul. Free of fear and pain. Shit, he's dead. I blink like a crazy person, but he's still dead. Out of nowhere, Duncan appears beside me and catches the last drops of blood from my chin. I'm completely covered in it. My bra has soaked up his blood and it runs down to my hips. I start shaking, struggling to find my balance. I've murdered a person, I say in shock. Duncan clicks his tongue against the roof of his mouth. He looks at me like I've been a naughty girl. Not murdered. You've hunted him and devoured him. Is a wolf a murderer when it tears a goat apart? You took what you needed. This is completely different. Why? The dead man has his eyes closed. I couldn't bear the sight of the dead man's eyes wide open in shock. I want to throw up, but my stomach keeps the blood down. I shove my finger into my throat and try to grab the uvula. I'm about to vomit, but it's hopeless. Nothing comes up. While I'm gagging, Duncan stands beside me, putting his hand around the dead man's chin. The sweet scent of blood filling the air makes his fangs grow. He checks the bite. Excellent. You hit the carotid artery right away. Other young bloods hesitate longer and need several attempts. That's unimaginable agony for the victim. You almost drained him completely. Yes, Sarah, you showed mercy. He makes this remark with a conservative smile, as if it's part of a final exam I've passed. But I've killed a person. I gag again, pushing my finger deeper into my throat. My eyes are full of tears. Could you stop that, please? You're embarrassing yourself in front of me. A final gag. I only spit on my hand, but the blood stays in my stomach. I collapse onto the sand, burying my hands in it. It tastes so incredibly heavenly, but I'm a monster. I hold my blood-soaked fingers up to my face. Then it overtakes me again, and I stick them into my mouth. Layers of earth have settled on the fingers. The blood from the victim runs down from his bitten throat to his feet, where it drips into the sand. I spit out the grains and lie with my mouth open under the dead man to catch every drop before it's wasted. Duncan Marlowe stands over me and removes his gloves. He gives me a smile of superiority. What have you done to me? I growl, still rolling the blood over my tongue. My fangs retreat into my gums, but they're still tingling wildly. For hundreds of years, humans have hunted us. The belief in the supernatural was pushed aside by science and technology. But if humanity learns that we exist, we're in danger. And they are learning. Those conspiracy theorists were right. There are immortals. And they're planning to take over the world. I don't even dare to ask the question because it sounds so ridiculous. What are we? Why are you asking me questions you can answer yourself? We give humans what they wish for and see in us. Sometimes you just have to accept the names your enemy gives you. It means you're accepting the fight against them. Coughing, I look at the dead man. I killed him and cursed him, I pant. holding my arm over my mouth. Now he'll become like us. He'll turn into a monster and then hunt humans himself. Duncan looks at me as if I'm a naive child. No, not really. He's dead. He's not getting up. I lower my arm. Duncan pulls a cloth from his pants and hands it to me so I can wipe my face. Excuse me? I chuckle. The cloth greedily soaks up the drops, as if it's infected with vampirism itself. Yes, the bite does transmit the virus to a human, but it can only turn a living person. If you drain someone completely and they bleed out, there will be no resurrection. We are the true living ones, not the undead. There's no such nonsense. I understand now. That's why you wanted to turn me with a syringe. Now, everything makes sense. I licked the sharp tips of my fangs, and I was buried inches deep in human flesh. Why do I suddenly feel no disgust anymore? Exactly. The virus is in the blood and saliva. It has to enter the bloodstream of the victim. Otherwise, they won't get infected. With the syringe, the virus is administered to an initiate in a concentrated form without having to bite them. It's the safest method for the transformation. And if you drink the blood, then you won't transform, but you'll benefit from immortalism. Diseases disappear, rejuvenation kicks in. How do you think I healed people from their ailments? I gave them our blood in a medical solution to drink. We even removed the virus. Duncan demonstratively slides a finger under his upper lip. His fangs extend. In our saliva, aside from the virus, there are several enzymes. The victim is paralyzed after just a few seconds. Another enzyme keeps the blood fluid, preventing it from coagulating. This way we can drink for longer without the blood flow being impeded. It's called Draculin, by the way. I look at him. Duncan shrugs. Don't look at me like that. That's what it's really called. There are many so-called hematophages on this planet, blood feeders, ticks, leeches, mosquitoes. The vampire bat is the only mammal that feeds on blood. Our metabolism is very similar to theirs. In fact, almost identical. Duncan's dry explanations make me angry while the dead man dangles from the pole behind us. My fangs extend again, even though my thirst is quenched. I snarl at him. Can't you just stop with your damn lectures about science and history? I growl, my mouth still tasting of blood. Duncan raises his hands. Calm down, sunshine. Digest everything first, and then we'll talk. Shut your mouth! I snap forward with my fangs bared and crash to the ground with Duncan. We roll in the blood-soaked sand. I strike at his face and scratch his arms, tearing his skin open. He rams his knee into my stomach and throws me against the pole with one hand. I slam face first into the chest of the dead man. Duncan jumps up. He approaches me laughing, arms spread wide. Let it all out, little one. Let it out, yeah. I wrap my hand around the chain they hung the man from. With a flick of my wrist, I rip it out of the pole and swing it like a whip. Duncan dodges skillfully. I tear the chain in two with a jerk and can hardly believe the strength my muscles can exert. I swing it at that bastard again. He holds one part of the chain in the air and rips it from my hand. He strikes me in the face. I fall, gasping, into the sand. My forehead is split above my eyebrow. Blood runs into my open eye. Did that hurt? Duncan calls out, more curious than provoking. I definitely felt the hit, but the pain fades. My body immediately banishes it. It pulses and throbs, but I can get up and fight on immediately. You turned me into a monster, I hiss at him. We both crouch down and circle each other like alpha wolves called to a death match. He growls at me and bares his teeth. Come here, you bloodthirsty bitch, I'm waiting for you. I leap at him. Duncan sidesteps and drives the point of his elbow into my back. For a moment, I feel paralyzed. That's it, darling. He roars triumphantly, holding me by the hair and pressing his foot into the earth. Feel your new strength. You are a queen now, Sarah. Do you hear me? A queen of the night. You are the greatest predator on Earth. He loses himself in manic laughter. I'm not exhausted, but I give in. Duncan's kick in my lower back is far more painful than the hit with the chain. The pleasures of a devil in the form of a man blend with the growl of a wolf who has caught its prey after a lustful chase. He removes his foot from me and helps me up. I end up face first against his chest and cling to him. My fingernails dig into his skin, and I feel Duncan's blood dancing on the tips of my fingers. We both have our fangs out and pant with rage and desire. He presses his finger to my lips as I stare at him with my mouth open. I can see the reflection of my glowing eyes in his. You're such a beautiful predator, Sarah. Let me love you. Let me love you. Our lips merge, and the immense hunger returns. Every touch feels more intense than ever. I rip his shirt off his skin and dig my nails into his muscles. We strip off our clothes and give in to animalistic desire. We do it at the feet of the dead man.